They can re-invite me, though. Well, Scarfingle, thank you very much on a 3-month streak. I appreciate it. We are back in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the Mechabellum Mini Masters. With me in the booth is Clint Leetwood, the OG organizer of this tournament and co-caster for me. Whooped, of course, is facilitating. He's got us invited to a room. We're going to be seeing a elimination best of 3 between Dachshund and Roxas. Dachshund in the near side blue. Roxas restarting computer. I just restarted the client. You do want to make sure you're fresh for tournament matches when it counts. So, Clint, do you want to talk real quick about the prize pool on offer tonight?
Yeah, so this game will settle our fourth player, our fourth our
fourth place finisher.
Thank you, goodness gracious, I could not find the word. Fourth place finisher, which will net them.
Get it out of the way now, it's fine.
It's streamer brain, man, it gets you. But yeah, this will get you Gilded Worm skin pack. So we're gonna start small here on the fourth place prize. Then we'll be going on to the third place prize, which will be determined in the game that will be following just after this. So it'll be the results
winner of this versus...
Yeah, winner of this game versus Arctorius or Alpha Titan, depending on how that game goes. And that player who is eliminated there will receive a $20 USD, a $20 bill USD, and a Gilded Worm skin pack. And then after that, we'll be settling in the finals, and those players will be playing over roughly $180 in 2 different DLCs. So,
very nice.
How exciting!
Well, concurrent with this match, if you guys are looking for the Arctorius or Alpha Titan match, you're following a specific player. Those will be on Fabfour200 or Apooche. Apooche and Fab4 are co-casting. I'm just giving the shout out, so you've got the link right there if that is the match you're looking for. We will have match 1 out of our best of 3 between Dachshund and Roxas coming right up as soon as we get Roxas in here. Did want to give a shout out to the devs. Thank you guys for the for providing the skins, the skin packs for the as additional prizes for this. Great work from the producers and our new publisher. You guys got to work a little bit with Dreamhaven on this, Clint, or no?
I have not heard anything from them. However, I really want to emphasize huge thank yous to Dreamhaven and Game River. Also, huge shout outs to Mr. Bitter, not Biter. I've been calling him Biter for the last 2 weeks. Mr. Bitter.
He is bitter about that.
Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it. And big shout outs to Mecha Sam as well on the official Mecha Discord for setting up an event over there and helping me with some of all of this production. So yeah, really big shout outs to all of them. Thank you guys so much. And big shout outs to all the casters too, especially you, Emarok. It's always a pleasure to sit down with you. And Fabfour200 and Apooche. Big thank yous. It's so fun to sit down with all you guys.
Oh, thank you, man. And I appreciate the invitation. This is pretty much perfect for a Friday night. Sit down, crack a beer, watch a match. Let's go.
Okay. Cracking a cold one up in the booth. I like it. That's a good time.
On the weekend, tourneys, is chat blocked? And/or is the spectator delay long enough that placement is completely over? The delay is now fixed on the chats for tournaments. So they patched the tournament server, and that is. I'm actually going to hide chat here, and thank you for reminding me. We are going to put our tournament border up so that you guys don't even get spoiled by the loss of a prediction window up there. Big shout out to my artist, Corpse Girl TTV, who came up with this. It just looks so much like part of the Mechabellum interface. It's just perfect.
Oh, that is nice.
Thank you.
I'm going to be honest.
These two are ready.
I didn't notice until you pointed it out. So yeah, kudos.
Thank you.
That's sweet.
Mm-hmm. So she is available, and she's got this as a template that somebody could purchase potentially for their channel if they wanted, and that kind of outlines etc. that we're using. And then she's available for commissions if you wanted custom emojis, custom art done. And she's done pretty much all of our emojis, all of our animations. So if you like the channel aesthetic, that is all Corpse Girl. So.
And we're a go in the loser semifinals. We've got Doxin and Roxas. I gotta point out something here. Roxas at 1910. I feel like that's pretty high. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think he's been grinding pretty hard on the ladder recently. So it's cool to see him taking this really seriously. I think every player is, once you put some money behind it, everyone's, taking it a little more seriously, more like a job, and that's exciting.
Oh yeah. Global chat talking about a player's placement is really weird, for sure. Like, it shouldn't be in public chat. That's for sure, CFT.
Any predictions, Amarok, for these two
for this
fighters?
One?
Yeah.
Well, I know you are a fan of Roxas, so I will. I'll put my prediction tickets on Doxin. I know you said Roxas is super strong in assault, and he was talking in pregame. He was talking in chat here about how he feels like his aggro is really strong right now. He's feeling really good with it. And I feel like Doxin is solid. He's been playing this game since, I think he won back in like weekend tournament 28 or something like that. And won a weekend tournament that far ago, so pretty amazing.
Yeah, Doxin has been playing forever. Well before my time, and I've been playing for a hot minute too.
Yes, you have. Welcome to game 1 of as many as 9 tonight in the Mechabellum Mini Masters. Doxin versus Roxas. Doxin's going to be near side blue, playing a marksman specialist with Arclight and Stormcaller. I see a Fire Badger specialist on the far side for Roxas, but that is going to be driven by the units he had available: Hound and Stang. That's the Hound Stang pack he wanted. So, game 1. Channel point predictions are up. And let me just put my money where my mouth is, Clint. There you go.
Okay, I'll put my money where my mouth is as well. I gotta be honest.
Let's go.
I have an initial read on what Roxas wants to do here. I think it's straight up Abyss play. I think if you look at his board, it's basically perfect for it. He's got 3 Hounds, 2 Mustangs, and he's going to get a free Fire Badger. I mean, realistically, there isn't a chaff unit that doesn't get mulched by that 3-unit combo, right? If there's some amount of investment there, and he's allowed to scale, and he gets the economy going, an Abyss is going to handle any of the giants that Doxin might throw out to maybe slow that down.
Well, fair enough. And surely the Arclights and Stormcallers aren't going to be any use against an Abyss.
No.
Roxas is already into a 4th Hound. Doxin, of course, is running Charged Shot. If you don't know, Arclight at a 347 attack and Hound at an 897 hit points. You're basically going to need 3 shots to kill a Hound with your Arclight. But if you give the Arclight plus 300% attack, you one-shot them. So if you are clearing Arclight, or if you're using Arclight to clear Hound, you basically need to have Charged Shot on the bar or have like a 3-level advantage, which, you're not going to have.
Yeah, very true. Slight positioning error here from Roxas gets his Mustang splashed by these Stormcaller missiles a little bit. But Will looks like he wins. It will win the right side. I'm curious if we'll see Roxas's patented little Phoenix flank round two. He likes to go for a deep flank, mobile beacon kind of play, and can really kind of set the tempo in his favor. Maybe he actually wins the round. Hmm.
Voltron, you are correct. That I did mean to say a 3x level advantage. Level 3 versus level 1. Level 6 versus level 2. Which is why I meant that you were just never going to have that kind of scaling on your arc lights. If you've got that kind of scaling on your arc lights, the hounds are no longer your concern. Dachshund gets his marksman after winning round 1. We'll see if Dachshund knows about that scouting report, a flank Phoenix. There is the Phoenix unlock, as you called.
Yeah,
Rhino drop deep for Dachshund.
Oh, I thought that was Roxas's. I thought he was covering his own. Okay, no, actually, he's not going to do the Phoenix flank. Okay.
Adds it to the attack. I actually like that better. Flank crawler will pull half this pack or so. You can kind of zoom in and get a sense for how many of those are going to turn. It is. It's the gorgeous pink Phoenix. We love it.
Oh yeah, the Sakura Phoenix. Yeah, this the art team has been killing it over at Mechabellum recently. I don't know if you've seen the Missile Sentry avatar frame, but that's also so good.
Very nice. We've got an arc light that is going to cover the flank crawler and a new crawler over there. So that flank is pretty darn doomed. And a front fang just to try and slow this down. That will get chewed up by the Mustangs, but it buys a little bit of everything stops and the Stormcallers get to hit them. And I suspect that is to slow down the very front arc light, plus drawing the very front crawler if there had been one, and potentially drawing the first shots from the Phoenix. Now, Dachshund wins that Rhino v Rhino. Why? Because he took the defense tower enhancement on round 2. So his Rhino had more hit points. His Rhino wins the Rhino v Rhino boxing match. Beats up on the noodle arm Rhino from Roxas.
Yep, and
hey, we gotta get our 10 in quick, right?
Yep, and the Phoenix is gonna sit up here and just absolutely trombone. No, that one doesn't work.
No, I don't think that works, man.
Yeah, no,
you can't just force it. You can't just force it.
But no, this Phoenix is gonna actually cheese the round out for Roxas, giving him a good chunk of XP on this, right? These quick little air pivots can mean a lot in these rounds, in these early rounds.
Get the unit drop. Dachshund already has his marksman on the board. He'll take 4 more. Wait, he has to have sold the marksman, right? He was a marksman specialist. He sold the level 3 marksman. Otherwise, the 4 marksman wouldn't show up. So he takes the 4 marksman now, gets back into marksman. Right? So the only way that happens is with that. Interesting. That's not a play you see often. Sell the level 3 marksman on round 2, but again, there weren't any good targets for him. Roxas, what is this, sir? Well, he's gone assault mode marksman on the marksman.
Oh,
as
so
all
cool.
4 of them attacking the left side while Dachshund is oiling the right. There's also a deep fire badger.
Yeah, an absolute avalanche being stacked up over here on the left with these assault mode marksmen.
Yes, one of them in the back corner.
I love these.
One of them in the back corner pulled off the front. He's got a hound and a crawler in the flank, a fire badger in the other flank. So I think Dachshund's actually very lucky to have dropped the oil this round in terms of slowing down that major front, because he's getting pressured in so many other places, so many other ways right now.
Oh, yeah.
being able to at least stop one front for 2 rounds is going to make a huge difference. Still going to lose this, right? The improved marksman does plus 50% damage, so improved assault mode marksman plus 50% damage. So that marksman is doing 300 or almost 3,500 damage per shot versus the 2,300 from this fellow. And of course, it takes forever to chew through 9,000 hit points when you're only doing 2,300. I kind of feel like that's backwards. I feel like the assault mode marksman, because he's kind of transitioned to a shotgun, should be doing less damage, but just have splash. But, you know, it just seems backwards to me mechanically.
No, that's fair. But yeah, Roxas looks like he's going to maybe win this oil round, which is pretty massive.
Well, he wins the assault mode round, right? But we kind of knew that was coming when we saw it ticked. There's no way for Doxson to have predicted or defended against it. But Doxson minimized the impact of it with the oil in a huge way. Right, now they both get a shield. Roxas is going to shield one of his flanks.
That flank's
fair
so
enough.
Annoying.
But now Doxson can start thinking about how he's going to defend against the assault mode marksman. Yes, Starbright says, I tuned back in and I see round 3 Assman. It's true. We had the 4 marksman drop, followed by assault mode marksman taken.
A small little tidbit of minutia there in that last round too was that Roxas took temp speed, which is something that if you've spammed a lot of assault mode marksman on ladder, you know how good it is. You really want things like advanced power system and temp speed often clicked on these units, just because that extra move speed helps them get in so much faster, and it's makes this unit so much better.
Nice little play from Doxson here. He's going to throw down a Rhino in that flank. If this oil had been just a little further away, that Rhino would actually have prevented the Fire Badgers from lighting the oil. As it is, Roxas is going to light all of that oil and have kind of a beeline to tower, but the Rhino is going to stop the Fire Badgers, I believe. Out here, it is just getting worse. There's a pair of fangs to try and slow the assault mode marksman down, but Roxas is adding wasps to it. That's basically his signature unit. Two of our 8 players were wasp specialists, I think of, in terms of Roxas and Diana. So we've got Roxas, the last survivor of the Wasp Bastion, and on his last legs, right? This is an elimination bracket.
This is an elimination game?
Well, not an elimination game yet.
Oh, sure.
Elimination best of 3.
Yeah. But Roxas is eking out another round. These level 2 Phoenixes over here on the right proving to be pretty annoying.
Yep. They have done a lot of work, and level again. It is round 5 with a super supply or an efficient giant available. Doxson goes straight for the super supply. Figures the game's going to go long enough. He's not worried about getting tempoed out. That's what that tells me. He'll give a Rhino on the other flank as well. Just a little bit more expenditure there in terms of he's spent 300 on that flank, almost 400 on that flank, but so Roxas could sell out of that without too much worry. Looks like a new arc light as well up front to handle some of the chaff. But Doxson still hasn't actually handled the assault mode marksmen themselves. They have all leveled 2-2-2-2 and even a 2 back here.
And Hounds just got range tacked on them for Roxas. This is looking pretty dire.
Actually puts them behind the assault mode marksman now.
Yeah, I like.
In fact, they'll be behind.
Right? Because
they'll be behind the Mustangs too.
Yeah, that should probably get fixed. But there's not really anything that the Mustangs are. I don't really feel like the Mustangs are doing a whole lot here. So maybe Roxas is just kind of content with letting these kind of passively scale in the background.
I don't know what you're talking about. They did 2,200 damage between them last round. Yeah, you don't count that? Okay, fair.
Yeah, that's
now,
major DPS.
No, no, it is not. Now, what is Doxson going to do about the marksman?
He,
Do you anticipate a double tap on his own marksman? Do you anticipate EMP on the arc lights? He's now winning hard on the right-hand side because of that change. The Mustang's going down. There was no fire this time. So that side went pretty heavily, but there's still four, now three assault mode marksmen left.
it's
Our
kind of
debuff helps a bit.
it's kind of tough to
Go ahead.
say, right? Because I don't feel like Doxson is really set up for like the traditional answers into assault mode marksman. I do like the call out on double shot. I think that's probably going to
I,
be his best route here. Oh, Fortress is going to
I was
help
actually
though.
seeing Fortress. I was seeing Fortress-sized holds already, so that was my guess. He was planning to go Fortress. He's got it as a drop. Roxas has taken one himself. He puts them right up on the line with Rocket Punch. Now, I had a good game today where we wound up Fort versus Fort Mirror, and my Fort bar beats this Fort bar. But it's interesting. It was very interesting. It's always fun to see what that's an answer to assault mode marksman for sure. I'll just put a war factory between you and my tower, sir. Good luck.
Whoa! And with
And it's got armor.
armor. Dang, that's crazy.
242,000 hit points on round 6. Good luck. Good luck over there. Now, obviously, we know that and it's going to be backed up by a ranged Mustang, two of them. Boom, boom.
I
How
love
did you
this.
afford? Okay,
I love
go
this
ahead.
little Roxas play, by the way, on the right. Seeing these two forts grouped up and mobile beaconed into the tower, basically, is perfect, right? These rocket fists, if they ever get triggered, are going to splash probably onto these stormcallers and then hit that tower. And, that's going to be a nice little timing if that does work out that way.
Starbright says, armor on War Factory. You never see that down in the sub 1500s. The idea there is you've just bumped it up from 160,000 hit points to 240,000 hit points. So spending 200 to add 80,000 hit points to your board, you would do that for just about any other unit, right? Roxas played his Rhino defensively, or Doxson, his came in on that flank. You were right about the splash on this side with the fort's. The fort rocket punch actually got that tower, I believe, when it hit the Stormcallers. And now you've got a couple of Mustangs. You've got a marksman enough to handle the level 3 Phoenix, and that War Factory out in front is going to be able to level if it wants to. It can soak up the rocket punches because it was during tower debuff. And Doxson at 2450, Roxas down to 2780.
Yeah, kind of a nightmare scenario. I feel like for Roxas seeing that now level 2 War Factory with armor. It's basically at this point you're almost forced into a Melter response, which is not the worst on Roxas's board. But the thing about War Factories, right, is I've heard these little tempo plays of like photon emission on or photon coating on War Factories or armor being like a spell. It's like similar to being
Mm-hmm.
it like using a lightning storm, and I completely agree. It's such a swingy turn. You can see, right, like Roxas had a good chunk of HP before. The game's been equalized now.
And I love what's going on over here. Doxson playing the smoke deep enough into his own territory that the center line won't be blocked. He played the oil a little closer where it could be blocked if the shield airdrop shows up in the right spot. For a moment, it was positioned to block. Right now, it's positioned not to, just barely to block the oil. But it's a good play to have the oil for the first half of this smoke, right? Your units are going to be stuck in that smoke for longer than they could otherwise have been. And Doxson, of course, is going to drop the shield airdrop on top of his War Factory to ensure that it doesn't get EMP'd or anything. And he's protecting it now with Shield Fang. 2 more Shield Fangs in front. Roxas Roxas took jump drive on his wasps to move them over to the fort side and get the whole army working together over there, get them away from those leveled up Mustangs.
Yeah, and he also took
And
charge shot on his phoenixes. So this army over here on the right is a meat grinder. It will kill everything very fast.
of course, it's very vulnerable to any kind of AoE.
Absolutely.
And Doxson did not level the War Factory yet. Had other things to spend his monies on. The Phoenix get out in front. Of course, they have very short range with charged shot, and without having range, they go down. And round 7 goes to Doxson. Roxas down to 1460. Love that we've got 23 spectators in game for this one. Love that folks are turning out for this tournament and seeing it in person. There's the level and the launcher overload. This War Factory is a beast now. And oil drops in.
Roxas does get a nice item in that barrier and gives him a cheap little fort bubble here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very nice. Now, you might think, why put a barrier on a fort when you could just buy a barrier? Barrier costs 700. That would give him 80,000 hit points on that one fort, on both forts. This is basically 200 to give him 60,000 hit points on that one specific fort, but both of them will be in under the bubble. He's jump driven back over to the other side, worried about the spell possibility this round. And we're trying to chew through this War Factory before anything else happens. Gonna try and get it stuck in the oil with the oil lit. Doxson has done a pretty good job of having a Fang just out in front. This is pretty key positioning, right? To have a Fang just in front of the leading edge of your shields, so that is what gets targeted for those first shots. This shield should be up at the 5-second mark when this oil lands. It won't be up much longer than that because it'll have Phoenix and Marksman working on it. He's actually bought a little bit more time for it over here with that. So maybe it'll be a little longer than 5 seconds. It was going to be really close, right? See what I mean?
Oh. Yeah, and that's a really tight timing. Doxson, very heads up play right there.
Barely kept it up. Keeps most of that oil off the ground. Keeps most of the fire off the ground. Roxas with the mobile beacon. He's bringing his forts right over into the fight. No reason to go get stuck in the oil and the smoke over there when he knows they exist. But the charge shot Phoenix are gone. One of the forts is down. And the second one, Rocket Punch, is just not going to take down 500,000 hit points of War Factory.
So heads up from Doxson there. I think that little shallow flank Fang right there really saved the day. I think it did the extra too. Time he needed.
And the positioning on those shields was exquisite, right? This is something that Doxson will have worked on. It's not just, he's not just slapping a thing out. He was very precise about where that was. So very nicely done to make sure that everything was shooting. And, you notice he dropped this over here. It was to pick up the shots from, he didn't even get this one. This one targets straight ahead, but this guy turned. So very nice work. Doxson, winner of game 1, Roxas, on the verge of elimination now. Congratulations to anybody who had bet on Doxson. Stay tuned for the next match in our best of 3. Oops, I can't do that. I've got to go here, accept that, and switch. Sure enough. Hide a chat window.
Some really innovative stuff though from Roxas in the last game. I wanted to point out real quick is I just love that quick little tempo assault mode marksman play. It's just so fun to see that kind of idea being presented.
Right, it gave a whole different set of problems to the board that Doxson had, and then adding the wasps to it the next round gave another problem before he'd solved the assault mode marksman problem. Like, that is the sort of thing that could just kind of, like, as you said, avalanche out of control. Oh, and, he played some defense for it. It was very nicely done. But then once Doxson was able to stabilize and had chosen his giant and got the right giant out there, he did very, very well. I agree with you, Starbright. That left side shield did save the round for Doxson. We're ready to go, Docs. Welcome back to those of you who saw ads, and a shout out to TND Travels and Chris N 929011. That sounds a little bit like an old show. No, that was 9021. Never mind. We do have channel point predictions up for this one. If you are new to the channel, discovering us for this tournament, everybody likes to have more rocks. You can bet your rocks against other people's rocks. Rocks are the channel points. 90210 is an old school. Right. Back when you could cast 28-year-olds as teenagers, nobody batted an eye.
Yeah, Roxas on the cusp of elimination here. Very curious to see if he'll adjust some ideas there. I think a lot of the ideas he was presenting were really fantastic. I thought the flank in the bottom right was so annoying. It forced a very expensive response from Doxson. And the early rounds were certainly his. But the wagon sort of came off the wheel once the War Factory hit the board. Not really any great answers from Roxas there to answer it efficiently.
The wagon came off the wheel, or the wheel came off the skateboard? I got you. I got you, boo.
Perfect. Chef kiss.
Thank you. For those wondering what's going on, we were challenged to a certain set of words. I think we've legitimately gotten either 2 or 3 of them out. It's going to be tough to get some of the other ones. Skateboard made it 3. There we go. Okay, it's just a tech error on your end. Glad to hear it. You got through 4. Very nice. Very nice. Welcome to our second game of this elimination best of 3 between Doxson and Roxas. The winner will go on to face the loser of the Arcturus and Alpha Titan match that is playing concurrently on Apooche's channel right now. Doxson, near side blue, up 1 game to nothing. Has a Farseer specialist with Sabretooth and Fang opener. Roxas on the far side, quick supply specialist with Tarantula and Fang. So Fang versus Fang.
Yeah, I don't know actually how good Roxas's Tarantula play is, but I can't help but wonder if he fist pumped a little bit, seeing this pack. It's a very good pack. Maybe not so much into Sabretooth. But there are enough supplies to make a meaningful pivot here, I think, to maybe potentially answer this Sabretooth.
Now, here is an interesting one. Doxson, where, I'm almost always thinking, if I have Sabretooth and Chaff, the thing I'm looking to add is Chaff Clear. Doxson 100% respecting the tendency that Roxas has to go to a Phoenix on early and picks up a pair of Marksmen. Roxas does go for a quick, cheeky Wraith, and that makes this choice of the Marksman absolutely brilliant on Doxson's part. This is not Doxson's standard play. That is Doxson having a tendency book on Roxas specifically, and being worried about a quick supply specialist going into the air. I don't know if 2 Marksmen are going to be enough to bring down a Wraith, but man, that is a great call from Doxson.
Yeah, that's a best of 3 player read, right? I mean, and here's the deal, right? When you're playing a best of 3 and you're up a game, you can kind of make these crazy plays to see what happens, right? And such a sick read.
Right.
I can't help but wonder if Roxas's stomach has sunk a little bit as this Sabretooth
just flip-flopped, yeah.
Forever to die. Oh, but the Marksman's under threat! He goes down!
The Marksman goes down. And we're going to lose the tower. That Wraith is going to get to do some work during tower debuff. The poor Saber is trying to clear Fangs. That is never going to happen. And Roxas is actually going to win this round, I think. Yeah, he is, by the one Tarantula that he didn't sell. So Doxson gets the read, gets the magical read, shoots down the Wraith, and still loses the round. So Dox at 4340 for the dog, 4,000 for Roxas. That was very quick picks. What did we get? A redeploy for Roxas. He's, as the attacker, he wants to be able to reposition wherever he needs to. For Doxson, the Farseer specialist took a heavy armor and puts it on the Saber. For Roxas is using the redeploy for what was a very subtle redeploy of this Wraith right into this pocket instead of this pocket where it was getting deleted by the marksman. Here's the arc lights you would have expected.
And now Roxas has transitioned out of a Spider Fang push into a Ball Wraith push, and this is really
Ball
scary.
Wraith push.
Really, really scary. Next round, probably we'll see some crawlers added on, I imagine. And
Be the traditional accompaniment, yep.
Left tower does go down.
And the steel balls are out, right? So both packs of Saber, or the pack of Saber is still up, especially the heavy armor one. That's just chewing up that tower debuff over here. So the poor Wraiths spent most of the tower debuff doing very little other than chewing through the 15,000. I think that one is 17,000, so this one would have to be well more than that. I don't know what's going on with the display there. Marksman gets a lock. He's not going to get it done this time. And Roxas wins round 2 as well. That drops Doxson to 3740. We've got Roxas still on a clean 4,000.
Ooh, an early
additional deployment taken so quickly. You can see how valuable that is. We didn't even get to see what they were considering because both players windmilled that so hard.
Yeah, I love this card, especially at round 3. I think it just sets up for such a clogged up board, a beautiful chaff board, and especially when you're Roxas and you're making this transition into Steel Ball Wraith, things are fine, but you really want crawlers in this, right? You're talking about it's like the traditional pairing. And this additional deployment now offers him potentially 4 chaff deployments this round or any round following. It's pretty big. It lets you build a nice chaff board, link it all really quickly.
Well, and here's a very subtle thing I'm noticing. Neither player has taken a hound, which means I think we're going to get a round 4 hound pack drop.
Whoa, okay. That's a huge green
Wait
flag
for that
Roxas, I feel like, because Steel Ball Hound. Oh, you think Steel Ball Wraith is bad?
Brutally good, right? This is one where I do think it might have been the right choice. Now, Doxson had to play around that and played around by covering the crawlers, right? So he wasn't sure. There were no crawlers on the board previously. He wasn't sure Roxas was going to take a crawler. So he took a crawler to ensure that Roxas doesn't get a 4 crawler drop, right? But he was kind of in this fork where he had to take one or the other to prevent that huge drop. So, interesting one. Roxas has redeployed the Wraith down onto this flank. The Farseer from Doxson's specialist shows up on that flank, shuts it down. It's actually going to get both Wraiths because Doxson has leveled up this tower that keeps going down. And that is going to be a solid round win for the dog.
Yeah, round
1 game to nothing.
Farseers are just so good at stabilizing these sort of flank plays, I feel like.
Yeah. And now he gets his free Farseer drop, right? This is one of the recent changes is that Farseer was unlocked. So he paid the full 300 to buy that one. This one's the regular drop. You can see Roxas has already redeployed that Wraith, puts it up on the flank, but shallow flank. You won't have to pay the flank summoning cost again. So that thing will just be working straight from there, and he's ranged them both. Dachshund, despite having the marksman on the board already, goes for 2 Phoenix. And yikes, Roxas has a level 3 Typhoon as his take from the drop from the unit reinforcement. What did a Dachshund take?
3 Phoenixes,
Oh,
and put one of those in the deep
what's
flank,
the 3
actually.
Phoenix drop?
Yeah.
Yes, the 3 Phoenix drop. So he's got this coming. It'll lock onto those crawlers at first, but it'll pull right onto that tower. So he should get a quick tower take.
Yeah, I guess the question is, whose tower take comes in here first? And I think it actually might be Roxas's.
Because he's got... what I'm seeing there is he's going to missile out any chaff that's out front of it, and his Phoenix is going to get the lock, while these fangs are being pulled down to the flank. So yeah, I think he's going to have a quick resolution there.
Oh no,
a quick lock with the Phoenix and get that done. It is level 2, true, versus level 1 up here. Yeah. Dachshund answering flanks again with the Rhino. That's what he did last game. Just went straight for it here. Also adds a Farseer. So once this flank is taken care of, that Farseer will do a lot of work against the Phoenix here. We've got our flank starting to move in. This guy's all locked on the Rhino. The Rhino finally goes down. Dachshund does get the level 1 tower. That's going to let him clean up pretty much everywhere else. These guys finally have their lock on the level 2 tower. But Dachshund will also be engaged with the level 2 tower over here, and he has completely won this opposite side of the board. So entirely, the majority of his army from the left side coming over.
And Rox is getting a little bit of some taste of his own medicine in some capacity here. With
yes, so that the Phoenix flank.
Dachshund keeping Roxas honest, and honestly kind of puts Roxas in a danger zone. If another round goes that way, Roxas could just be out of the game.
Yeah, it is 1 game to nothing, Dachshund, and he's up 3,700 to 1,700. This would be the time to finish, sir. Last round, Dachshund had taken range on the Wraiths. This round, he takes jump drive on the Phoenix to move his Phoenix back over to the left side. That was a normal Phoenix, not the drop Phoenix. And he's using his redeploy to bring the level 3 Typhoon over. Level 3 Typhoon now has barrier. So, again, like we saw at the end of the last game, he had completely placed all of his units and weight on the right side, and then and on the final turn, he brought all of his stuff back over to the left. He's going to try to crunch through and get this level 2 tower on this side with everything from the corner. Let's see if he can punch through.
Yeah, and I love this sort of play style. It's so reminiscent of Woot. Woot loves to do this with boats and jump drive, and Roxas is doing it with redeployment and jump drive, and it's pretty neat. Pretty inspired.
I think redeployment and mobile beacon are 2 of the highest skill expression plays in the game, and when you see them done well, I mean, that was, for a long time, that was one of the edges that Sacco had, was his use of mobile beacons. You see it at the Surrey and Cast level right now. Those 2 are just so good with engaging, forcing you to engage the units they want to engage by using a mobile beacon, or getting a tower by using a mobile beacon. And Roxas is really putting it to work here. Overloads this side, punching through with the Wraiths and everybody. Nothing is engaged on that tower. Now, finally, that one of the Typhoons gets there. One of the Phoenix gets there, but it just... Dachshund pulled everything to either side of it. Roxas does eventually get the side. It's much better than last round. It certainly bought him another round of this game.
Maybe we'll get the tower. Ooh, good tower timing. Is it going to be meaningful?
It's pretty solid. Tower timing for Dachshund. He's got 1 crawler going for an AMD. Oh, no. Very unlucky crawlers. 3196 now to 1760. Roxas buys himself another round. We get to round 6.
Ooh, Raiden. 4X Hounds, like you were talking about as well. Yeah.
I just love the 4X sounds. So good. Roxas takes the Raiden.
And sells it. Interesting. I thought he was going to play it.
It's definitely the best sell value available, right? 500.
Mhm.
Doxson takes it and sells it as well, both of them doing the math there. Two more level 2 Typhoons. Doxson goes right back to the well. It worked last game. There is not great single target DPS right now. A launcher overload war factory, 166,000 hit points with tower defense enhancement. He's got 302 deploys left, too.
I'm a little worried for Roxas here. Not great single target, and a launcher overload War Factory will absolutely chew up everything on Roxas's board. And if you don't
Yeah.
kill the War Factory, you don't kill the rest of the army, and you're taking infinite damage when that happens.
Right. And the reason he's saying in everything else, they all have longer range. The two rhinos obviously don't. But the War Factory down at 95 meters. The Fangs are at 90. The Crawlers and the Rhinos are at 0. But everything else is at better range than the War Factory. So basically all the enemy units are going to lock onto either the Rhino or the War Factory. The steel balls go down before they ever get that lock. They were still working on Crawlers. And the whole rest of the board is locked on that War Factory. And do they even get it? They're going to get it at the very end? They do, barely. But that is still a very solid round for Doxson. Is it 1,700 hit points? Does Roxas get another chance?
Oh,
He
no.
does not! Doxson in 2 games. Boom, boom, boom. War Factory finish for both. Very nicely done, Doxson. And feel free to swing by the booth if you'd like to chat. We will probably jump in to spectate the other side of the bracket, but we'll interview you while we're doing that. I'm going to... Roxas says, I'm kind of pissed off. I played like ass. Oh, sorry, brother. That it definitely happens. We thought in the booth, we thought your assault mode marksman play on round 3 of that first game was really inspired. The way you followed it up was really inspired. Doxson just had a good finish with the War Factory. So nicely played for the dog.
Yeah, very nicely played for the dog. And honestly, some really inspired stuff over from Roxas too. Sometimes, right, the War Factory's a brick wall, and you can't get past it.
It certainly can be, yes. Docs, you've got the voice link in your window there. Where is this other match? Is it private or can we get into it?
It actually game 2 just ended. They are both 1-1, which means we are going to a game 3 over there.
Sweet.
And we should be getting invites right now.
Perfect.
And I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, please do. Please do. The rates were amazing. I just don't think he transitioned into round 4. Yeah. Played like a pissed off teenager. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. If you're dealing with a family death, that's a bit rough. I'm sorry, man. It is. It's not easy. Well, my condolences.
Hello.
Hello, Doxson. Welcome in. Woof. The dog to English translator is working. How did you feel about those 2 games?
Hey, I thought they went pretty well. They felt very challenging. Roxas is a very good player, very good aggro player. I got kind of lucky, I felt, with the drops, and just putting that big brick of War Factory HP is just such a strong move on defense. I love using it.
Yeah, it worked out really, really well, and we had certainly one player in the commenting that that's not a move you'd ever see at the 1500s, right? That is a high end play, and you kind of spotted that both boards were a bit vulnerable to it. They didn't have tremendous single target. In fact, I would say the first game dodging the fort drop, which is what I was thinking you might play. Dodging the fort drop and going straight into the War Factory was probably the decisive decision making there. And like, that's a difference between, 1800 and 2000, if you will, MMR thinking. So very nicely done.
Oh yeah,
Um,
you learn to fear that War Factory at high MMR.
and to spot what boards are good and what boards are not. Question for you. In the booth, we were speculating that your round one marksman in the second game were a specific player read to I'm facing Roxas, and Roxas is playing Quick Supply. I think he's going to pivot to air on round one. Not necessarily reading the Wraith, of course, but like at least thinking that he'd be in the Phoenix, right? Is that what you were thinking there? Or was that just a general play that you would make against most folks on ladder?
Um, it was 50-50 between the marksman and the arc lights.
Yep.
You need the arc lights, but sometimes you just get a feeling, hey, maybe something's going to happen here. I'm going to do something that's not expected, and see how it goes. And if it goes badly, we'll just get the arcs next time.
And yeah, and up one game to nothing, you can take that risk, right? You can afford to take that risk in a way that maybe the player down one game to nothing can't. Um, okay, one last question for you. Yeah, Roxas says it was not expected. One last question for you, just outside of this 2v2 or the best of threes. Is there anything that you think is overtuned or undertuned in the meta in general right now that you'd like to see adjusted for the second half of?
um, I really try not to comment on the meta, because if the moment I do, someone will come up with a new strategy that will make me look silly. I
And that
I
by
leave.
someone you mean blue hair or Sacco or rat, somebody along that line. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, I love listening, to people like Apooche, people who really understand the game. They can tell me
Yeah,
what the meta is and what's too
yeah.
strong and not.
Shout out to Odyssey and Zemp as well. Yes, indeed. Um, all right. Well, thank you very much and congratulations. Do you have a favorite, somebody that you would rather see out of Titan or Arctorius, or are you ready for both of them? I know you were
Uh,
scrimmaging with Arctorius right before tourneys start.
yeah, they're both great players. I I'd kind of like to play Arcturus just to get a little revenge. He took me out round one. Wasn't expecting that. Just kind of made a goof, and he got me good. So I'd love to play him again. But
I do hope you get the chance. Well,
yeah,
congrats on getting through to the final three, and good luck in the next best of three.
thank you.
That's the voice of Doxson, uh, winner of our first best of three, the losers bracket semifinals. So he is through to the losers finals. We'll face the loser of this match. The winner of this match bypasses that and goes directly to the finals. So they'll have about an hour break. They are, by the way, they've been playing 2v2s together. They won the European region 103 Advanced Group 1 and came a runner-up in Advanced Group 4 or in 104 Americas. So they know each other very, very well. They're on very good terms. This is one of the most respectful greetings you're ever going to see between two players. And off we go. Near side, blue. Alpha Titan is a speed specialist. My favorite. My favorite. And has a Sledge Fang start, added a pair of marksmen for some single target. For Arctorius, a Typhoon specialist with a Hound and Sledge start. I don't expect we're gonna see any kind of like honorable Sledge v Sledge. Not at this point. Never.
I would love to see a Sledge off though. Goodness, my
It
favorite
would be
unit.
amazing.
I don't know about you, but it's my favorite
It,
unit.
it is the unit near and dear to my heart, even if the season statistics say my favorite unit is a fort. I actually got to that by deciding that I was going to play my forts the way that I play my sledges. They just are a direct replacement for my sledges.
Yeah.
So.
2 seasons running, most played unit right now. So I'm gonna keep it going.
Yeah. All right. Well, you've taken the mantle from me.
Round 2 unit drop coming in.
Round 2.
Yeah.
Arctorius takes the Phoenix. We've got a level 3 Arclight for Titan.
Level 3 Arclight. Actually pretty good into a Hound-rich board here, I feel like. Maybe a nice little pickup here or a nice little spot, at least from Alpha Titan, I would say.
And we did talk about that in that first best of 3. The level 3 Arclight with 1041 will one-shot the level 1 Hounds. As long as you have a 3x level advantage, you do get to one-shot them. So just throw down a whole bunch of level 3 Arclights and you're fine. Wait a minute.
If only we were elite spec. Level 3 Arclight is locking down the center. Phoenix is half locked on, though. They'll be knocking it down pretty quick.
They are going to get... Yeah, they will get good experience from that. You can see they are almost all the way to level 2 already. If you don't know, the way that experience works, a level 1 unit gives 100 experience, a level 2 gives 300, and a level 3 of that same unit gives 500. So that's the way experience multiplication works. You're might be doubling the strength of your unit by going from level 1 to level 2, but you are giving away triple the XP. So, we do want to give our condolences and shout out to the family of Chris Roxas. We know he had a loss in the family coming into that group, so it makes it really, really tough to concentrate on the game. Orbital Bombardment, the take for Alpha Titan on round 3. Arctorius has given it a lot of thought. I know he loves the additional deploy. I wonder if he's thinking about the tempo of the orbital bombardment and the long-term value of the laser sights.
Yeah, this is a tough round 3 pick. I'd personally probably lean more towards deployment. Alpha Titan's board, I think, is a little better to bombard rather than Arctorius's, but it's tough to say.
Alpha adds a pair of arc lights way wide. He has basically lined those up. They'll both cover that, kind of crawler flank, and if there is no crawler flank, they'll be out here handling hounds. Arctorius takes the orbital bombardment himself, puts it right in the middle. They're basically right opposite of each other, and ranges the hounds already. This is basically... I did a whole lot of coaching with Alpha Titan. Alpha Titan was coaching me and said he learned a bunch, but this was basically the build that he coached me on, was just get the hounds out and get range on them early.
Yeah. Especially if you can get an early level on these hounds, right? Just funneling a bunch of XP in these guys can really destabilize a game. It turns out that at a certain point, if the hounds are like level 2, level 3, and they have double tech and range and mech rage, they just kind of kill everything really fast. Oh, the tower timing's going to stop the hounds from leveling. Oh, that's huge. They were about to kill that
Oh
arc
my
light
goodness. This thing had... That arc light has like the 3 from 14,503. It's got 3 hit points left. But stays alive. Enhancement module for Arctorius. He's got things he can level. One of them is this sledge. One of them is the Phoenix, of course. So he's going to level the sledge, but not sell it. Level the Phoenix naturally. He wants to get real levels in there. But yeah, as you said, all the hounds just under level. This one leveled, but we've got low numbers there. Titan, given it plenty of thought, and we've talked a lot about how important this is. He takes the improved firepower control. One of his thinkings there is, yes, enhancement module is phenomenal value, but when it costs $250 now, if you don't actually have something to level up, and you're not instantly into giants yourself, it can really be a mistake to take it too early. Just from a tempo perspective, right? You can just be stuck with this item that you're not using for 2 or 3 rounds. And then by the time, you get great economy later, but by then you might be under a whole lot of pressure. And his whole game is about hemorrhaging as little hit points early as he can, having a long-term win condition. This is the board I'm going to beat your carry unit with, and building into that long-term board. He's taken range on the arc lights, so a round after the range on the hounds, but he gets it now. He added 2 more arc lights. He's got the firepowers for later. He's unlocked but didn't play a Mustang. Yeah, it's 250 that Arctorius doesn't have on round 4, right? Like he's bought a Phoenix, but it could have been more, or another tech. A tech for a Phoenix, right? So it's just all tied up in this sledgehammer right now.
Ooh, and the hounds look like they're doing the hound thing, and that they're killing everything on the board. Phoenixes have a
the hound's getting the business done.
Yeah, I was going to say, Phoenixes have this beautiful natural range, unupgraded, that when a hound is upgraded, a hound sits at 110 and a Phoenix sits at 120, just giving them like a really beautiful natural pairing with each other, right?
Right.
Elite
Arctorius taking Elite Rhino. Titan gets a laser sight, and instead of going to the Mustangs, which he had unlocked last round, Titan, Speed Specialist, pays 200s to unlock the Raiden, gets a laser sight on it immediately, and puts it straight opposite the sledges. Now, I'm actually wondering, this round, if he might have been better served to put the improved firepower control opposite the level 2 sledge on the grounds that would one-shot it. This guy will take 2-shotting. So it's going to take him 4 volleys to get through this pack, where the improved firepower on a Raiden would have gotten through that in 2. But we shall see. Maybe keeping it back and keeping it alive is the most important thing. For Arctorius, he has taken those level 3 rhinos outside on the flanks. And that's going to tie up the arc lights, keep the hounds alive. Hounds have leveled here, here, and here. So, the Raiden's the right choice to counter all the hounds, but it's not the right choice to counter the rhinos, and it feels like we are falling behind here.
Yeah, I think once this deployment phase ended and Alpha Titan gets to see these 2 rhinos running at him, his heart has sunk. There is nothing that can stop these guys on the board. Nothing.
I'm pretty sure the level 1 arc lights got it. No, you don't believe?
There's a level 2
doubters.
Ooh, the level 2's dead. Ooh.
Yeah, no. Now we've got marksman. We don't have double tap or anything. There's no way. Okay, why are we joking about this? These rhinos have almost 60,000 hit points. They are giants.
Yeah.
These are 200 cost, 400 cost, 60,000 hit points. They are giants.
They're basically
and
melee.
You need something that can kill a giant. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
0 range. Level 2 fort could do it. Arclight, the Wasps for Arctorius. Alpha Titan might also be thinking about either Melter or double tap sabers for those rhinos. That would also be good answers. Alpha and I have been workshopping what he's got on the bar for wasps. So I'm going to spoil this match just a hint. I think Alpha is going to look at these wasps and say, haha, I win the Wasp v Wasp. So I expect Alpha Titan's answer to the wasps to be wasps of his own next round, but we will see how that goes. So Arbitorius playing right now, playing Rhino Wasp. I know that's Ghosters. Ghosters, that's one of your favorites out there. Rhino with armor to shut down the Mustangs that are the traditional answer to the Wasps. And then they can get into point blank and punch the Mustangs as well. And there's the second tech on those hounds. 7 hounds versus 3 Rhydens. And we've only got the 1 melter for these guys. He's got the good version of Rhino spec. It's true. And the good version of Rhino Specialist. Alpha does add one more, I think it's this Arclight is also new to clean up this pack of crawlers. Just to make sure we get locks with the Rhydens.
Oh, Melter on the right.
Melter will handle 1.
Yeah, it does take it down.
This does get the job down.
Oh, but the left is under so much pressure.
Yeah, the left is down, but you can see a melter is going to fix that problem as well. And yeah, now the wasps are getting the job done for Arbitorius. Alpha Titan goes down to 896, but I still got confidence in that bet. I think Titan knows what his win comp is, has a plan. I think if he can stabilize and get out of this, he's in really, really good shape. Unfortunately for him, up comes a nuke if you're trying to stabilize and you've got air units. A nuke is pretty terrible. For Arbitorius skips it to go for a haste module. And takes another pack of wasps. I'll be giving this a bunch of thought as well.
Yeah, pretty tough to see nuke here when you're at 900 HP. You have to ask the question to yourself of how much do I shield, right?
Well, and how valuable would it be to shield because I've got the Rhydens in the air anyways.
Yeah.
So I like this. He's gonna hit the edge of the shield bubble. He's gonna make sure he hits the level 3 Phoenix. He's mobile beaconing one of the Rhydens out of the way. He's picked up a new melter. And that'll be the melter for that Rhino. And that melter will be in under a shield bubble. Sold the right side. He sold the right side melter, so he's reading the nuke on this side, maybe.
This is a crazy
that
play.
Arbitorius is gonna... Reading that Arbitorius is gonna sell the Rhino so that he'd have if Arbitorius had sold this Rhino, he'd have been wasting that melter out there. But Arbitorius doesn't sell it. Arbitorius, you didn't read the script. You were supposed to sell that. Now, the new Rhino goes down. The melter melts that Rhino. There is... Only tech on the Rhydens is range. Gonna keep them alive. That's just not gonna punch through this many wasps. But he has punched through enough that there is no knockout. Not yet. 167. I was doing math to make that statement that boldly. Now Arbitorius takes the nuke. Oh. Are you kidding me? That feels like the GG's nuke to me. No, I'm sorry. It's a nuke and an orbital bombard in the same spot. You thought you had shields, sir? No. No, you don't get to have shields.
Oh, wow. And loose crawler clicked for Arbitorius here. I don't know how Alpha reasonably clears. It's going to be really tough. I mean, Orbital and Nuke are going to definitely play their part. But these crawlers are going to be a real nuisance.
Oh, was that mobile beacon going to get you out in time? And now it's AA on the Wasps. This is the direction I thought Alpha Titan was going to go when I saw the Wasps for Arctorius. And to me, it feels like Titan has never really answered the Wasps. And now Arctorius has 4 of them, has double tech on them. Yeah, maybe they go down to the orbital and the nuke, but if they don't, it's going to be a lot of trouble. And is that Rhino going to get through everything there? Or is it going to get stuck in the nuke? Does Titan's getting those guys out of the nuke?
They're out.
Everything makes... No! 2 of them were barely on the edge of it. And that, I do believe, is GG's. The AA Wasps take down the... the Raiden on that side. Now the Melter is down, and here come the Rhinos and the Wasps for the finish. Arctorius running a Rhino Wasp from deep gets to the final. Well done, sir. Arctorius at 2050 MMR and through to our final. Coming right up, we will have Alpha Titan versus Dachshund after these messages. Actually, apparently the messages are in play. I'd have slept that if I'd noticed. That's okay.
What a fascinating little game there.
So close.
I really feel like the only route there for Titan is AA Fort. I feel like using Mustangs here was a mistake because on the bar, both Rhino and Hound have armor on them. So,
right.
Maybe
yeah, Arctorius is just hoping he takes Mustangs.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a complete bait. I feel like, and like I feel like the only real way that you're answering that board is a bunch of forts and like triple tech. It has to be like launcher overload, AA range, and like you fort up all the holes and you pray that the Rhinos can't get in. But a little unfortunate that those Raidens didn't get out of that nuke at the end there. I feel like that round maybe goes a little bit differently at the end.
Yeah, if these two had gotten just a little bit further, it would have been perfect, right?
Yeah.
But both of them, I think it might have even been this one and this one, that the level 2s that were sitting with just the edge of their AoE in the danger zone there. So congrats to Arctorius and Alpha Titan, partners, runners-up in Americas. I understand that they lost only to, let's check this, check my notes here. They lost only to Arbiter and Sacco in the final. So very, very nice. Very nicely played after winning Europe the previous week. So showing that there are no slashes in the 2v2. No flash in the pan there. And that is going to set us up with a Dachshund versus Alpha Titan right away, I believe.
Yep, we'll be going into that game momentarily. I believe the other casting duo is taking a quick little restroom break. So we're going to have like a small little
2 to 3
minute intermission here, but yeah.
Yeah. I had really intended to snooze ads during that end of that one and then run a 3-minute now, but that's okay. He's fine. Oh no, another best of 3. Here we go. Yeah, couldn't. It's too far behind. I had to gamble and hope he's selling the Rhino. Yeah, we saw that. That was definitely a gamble, but well played. Well, because he wanted to get into the Raidens further, right? And get techs on the Raidens and all that, is what I would expect.
And what a dagger that Elite Rhino was. I haven't seen something that looked quite like that before. And it worked. I don't know how you really handle that. Outside, like I said, just a bunch of forts, but like there's counterplay to that, but it's not foolproof. Yo, it is Sunshine. How you doing? Thanks for hopping in. And we're gonna have Alpha Titan versus Dachshund coming right up. Initial impressions here. Both of these players are so solid and so fundamental. They like to play a standard game. They like to play a ranged game. So I'm curious to see if one of them might set some sort of like offset on the map to create an imbalance and make the other player uncomfy, and then try to exploit that imbalance. That's kind of the intention of a lot of asym aggro play, but like I said, I don't really see these players doing that quite often. So I wonder if we'll see some more Dachshund War Factory play. He's been really flexing that as a muscle recently. And I'm very curious to see how Alpha Titan might answer that. I know he's pretty good about giving having a good read on those things. So I know Acid Range Scorp can be okay in that scenario. Acid Crawlers also pretty strong, and then the traditional answers in something like Melter.
All right, I'm back and ready.
Whooped
is standing in for Dachshund. Whoops, clearly standing in for Dachshund here. Congratulations to all of those of you who bet on Dachshund in that Alpha Titan versus Arcturus match. You guys have paid out at 2.4 to 1, or 1.6 to 1, I guess. Mislabeled that one as Alpha Titan versus Dachshund. But Alpha Titan versus Dachshund will be right for this one, so I'll just put that right back up.
Yo, what's up, Cheese Mechabellum? Good to see you. Good to see you. That Rhino Wasp game was pretty cool.
Betting on Dachshund hasn't failed, even when he wasn't playing. Hello, Yesterdog. Welcome home.
Hey, Yesterdog. Any
Just a quick
any
shout
predictions real quick?
Go ahead. Well, I am going to stand by my pre-tournament prediction, which was that the final is going to be Alpha Titan versus Arcturus. So, to get there, we had to get here. One of them had to be here. That is my prediction. What about you? What's your thinking?
I think we're going to see a lot of standard games. I don't think either player is inclined to lean into aggro. I think, aggro has its weaknesses if certain spells come up. I think both of these players have been playing a very solid fundamental game for a very long time, and that's usually a slow standard build your board and try to win out round 7, round 8.
True. Round 9, round 10.
But sometimes round 12, round 13 even.
If it comes down to all of that, I'm going to say Dachshund probably has the edge at around 10, 11, 12, 13. Right? Just having played more of those matches that deep than Titan does.
I like what Whoop says here. Both are deserving, so it'd be awesome if they can move on, but we do need to crown a champ. Yeah. It's tough to think that we're going to be eliminating either Alpha Titan or Dachshund here, but it's the nature of tournaments, man.
It's the way it goes. Diagrath says, what if they draw 3-3? Yes, if they manage to get to exactly 0 hit points in all 3 matches, we will put both of them through against Arcturus. I don't even know how that would work, but, you know, we will. We'll figure out a way.
It'll come down to a sudden death FFA game.
Yeah. Welcome to our second best of 3 of the night, Alpha Titan versus Dachshund. If you like your human interest lines, this one is full of them. Alpha Titan, near side blue, just lost to Arcturus. Arcturus awaits the winner of this match, so he would be rematching his best of 3 from earlier tonight, in fact. And further, Alpha Titan and Arcturus are the 2v2 weekend or 2v2 tournament 103 European champions as a 2v2 team. They know each other really, really well. They've workshopped some stuff together, so they play each other very, very evenly. So obviously, it's that the plot line says that Alpha Titan should be in this final against Arcturus. But wait, Dachshund lost to Arcturus earlier in the tournament and has been aching to get his revenge. And further, Dachshund and Arcturus have been doing their scrimmages together these last couple of weeks because they knew they couldn't draw each other until tonight. In fact, they were hoping they wouldn't be able to draw each other until the very final. So both players here have the motivation to beat Arcturus, and both players here know Arcturus very, very well. Of course, they have a ton of respect for him. They have a ton of respect for each other. We get 3 matches, hopefully, to determine which one of them moves on and which one of them will be our 3rd place finisher. With me in the booth, of course, Clint Leetwood. Clint, take it away.
Oh man, Farseer Houndball, and then opens up Crawler to add on to it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I love training spec. I think intensive training is one of those cards that can be really busted given a certain set of circumstances, right? That's like quick cooldown and enhancement module, giving you essentially an extra 250 credits around if you so want that. But here's the deal, right? This combination from Dachshund is so scary, and the reality, right, is that it has so many different levers for the snowball to get going. Hounds are a snowball. Steel balls are a snowball. And if you don't stop that, it can get really scary.
Yeah, two snowballs together, that's definitely an avalanche. But
Yes!
Titan has stopped them in round 1. So, we get our... we're going to have to back my moderator here. Sorry, dog. Sorry, doggo scientist. Of course, both of these are members of the guild in good standing. Now, Alpha Titan has just taken the 2nd intensive training, Living the Dream. Now, to your point, I'm going to point out, I've been doing that little Mechabellum tracker that Ranger and Free For All have been working on.
Mm-hmm.
And training spec is my lowest win percent. 2nd lowest is Amplify. So I have a note on my thing right now telling me to stay out of training spec. And I'm thinking about it. The reason, we talked a bit about staying out of Amplify spec because of the way that works earlier in the cast, right? Where you might wind up putting a +20 on your Mustangs. Your Mustangs have so much range they don't really gain anything from the hit points, and they're, later on you get an item you really wanted it on your high level Mustang, but you can't because you've already got a +20 taking up the item slot. Mm-hmm. Well, training spec, the problem is that you wind up spending so much to level up your units. If you spend it on, I'm going to use my training spec to level up my sledges and get to a, high carry sledge line. You've just spent so much leveling things up that you're not buying the techs you need to get the force multipliers. So I really like what Titan is doing here, where he has just quietly leveled up the marksman. So instead of having 2 marksmen that do, 3 marksmen that each do 2,300, he's got 2 marksmen that already do 4,600. That is enough to 1-tap a steel ball.
That's an important
huge breakpoint for him.
Yeah, definitely. And to your point earlier, right, regarding intensive training and training spec, that extra tax of trying to level up something like sledgehammers, right? It's 100 credits, and
Mhm.
it makes routing your turns a little awkward, especially with the unpredictability of like how spells can be drafted early on. So I think taking the small concessions on these marksmen here is actually just completely the right play. Ooh, 2x
Speaking
wasp.
of reinforcements, so double wasp the take for Titan. Now, we've been talking about this, and I don't want to spill all of Titan's secrets, of course, but one of the things he's been noticing is that a wasp actually forces a wasp answer. And if you can throw them out and just quietly have them leveling and doing some work, and your opponent never counters them, they can actually quietly become one of the best um, damage dealers in the game, even without attack. And they can become your late game knockout, right? So it's just kind of they force opponent to answer them, and just kind of getting them out there and letting them slowly accrue some experience can really, really be a valuable thingy. And I've started doing it, and it has worked for me. It's been a huge part of climbing back up. I had hemorrhaged all the way down into the 1400s. I've climbed back all the way up to almost 1800 on Titan's coaching, and the coaching practices were essentially get hounds and get range, throw on some untech wasps and just let them do wasp things, and try not to lose early hit points. Try not to be in the position where you've got this 3200. You've just hemorrhaged 500 apiece on the first 2 rounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stay out of that.
And to your credit,
Of course,
right?
the wasps.
The nature of wasp is that they can snipe those early rounds. They can limit a lot of damage in those early rounds. So yeah, no, this is I love this advice. I'll have to play around with it.
It has really worked for me, and surprisingly so. And the more I've been paying attention to that, I have noticed that I think there's a bunch of higher level players that quietly do that.
Yeah.
Rat, for example, over Surrey, he'll take the 50 for jump drive on the wasps, but that's it. All he's doing is jumping them around. They don't have all the carry techs. He's not investing a ton into them. If you hard counter them, he sells out of them, and now he's got money to fund something else. And if you don't, hey, look, you're down. It's round 4, and you're down to 2777. That's the sort of thing that used to be happening to me. That was what was costing me. That's why I slipped out of from 1900 down into the 14s.
Mm-hmm.
Like just losing those early rounds over and over. Peyton, excuse me, sir. Why are you in a triple intensive tech build? Oh.
Whoa! I mean,
Oh
this
my
makes
God.
perfect sense, actually. I mean, if a quick cooldown ever comes up, right? Like Alpha Titan just goes nuclear, and the game kind of, I would imagine, quickly ends after that.
I mean,
go ahead, please. Please.
it was a level 2 naturally. Now it's a level 4, and it's got elite marksman on it. This thing is doing 1700 damage per shot per wasp at a range of 70 meters already. And what's the upshoot over here?
Fangs.
We've got the Farseer.
Oh, Farseers.
We've got 2 Farseer. We don't even have fangs. It's 2 Farseers and two marksmen. Like, it's scary. But, in fact, these guys can survive a Farseer missile now. It's going to take 2 shots per wasp to take these guys out, and that'll be 4 when he gets energy shield on them. To slow down this right side. Might have guessed a little bit wrong as to which side needed that. That Sabretooth in the middle, by the way, at level 4 has 68,000 hit points. Does not have healing available on the bar. It is a straight DPS saber with all the attack techs and anti-missile missile interception. The Farseer and Marksman did do enough to bring down the wasps on the left side. So Doxson making good use of the Farseer specialist. He's also taken improved War Factory for late game. We've seen how deadly he was with War Factory in Games 1 and Games 2 against Roxas. Now he's got an improved War Factory at his beck and call, and Titan can't counter because he's got the normal War Factory in the quiver. Was that the sell of the big thing? No, it's going into Vulcans for Doxson. He sold something to get into a Vulcan.
Oh, whoa.
Titan
that's
also
scary.
skipping all of that. Now it'll be a ranged Vulcan to light the oil on fire. Second ranged Vulcan. And Doxson, of course, is running the full best partner build. And he's got a marksman on the board already. So the idea there is get some levels into the Vulcans. He's got the intensive training available. Get levels into the Vulcans, get the Vulcans churning out higher level marksmen, and then probably have the improved War Factory for a finish. And we have leveled this marksman to level 3. This guy got up to level 4 after being gold damage dealer last round, as it was locked onto the saber here. It is going to barely avoid this this fire, I believe. I hope. We're going to dodge around the fire, maybe. Maybe not. We're thinking about it. Titan, put it back. Put it back. Please, sir, put it right back.
You were talking about how Alpha Titan is so proficient at identifying his win con, and I think I figured it out. He's going to make a pack of level 9 wasps. He's going to make a pack of level 9 wasps on this left side, and with range and elite marksman, that is one of... with a laser sights, it is an incredibly far range unit, and it will absolutely kill everything.
And it's going out and around. He has missiled this guy for half of its damage. They have 125 meter range, which is coincidentally the same as that guy. They have just finished off both the Farseer and the Vulcan on that side. They've got the tower. So even though the whole his whole right side burned, he's still got the Wasps getting the job done right now. Of course, they run into a wall when they hit that saber. 68,000 hit points does not go down to much of anything. $23.30, $27.70. Spicy jalapeno game. Let's go.
That's good. I like that one. That's 4 now?
Skip and skip. Yep, we've crossed off 4 now.
Okay, Alpha's going to answer with his own Vulcan.
And he leveled it.
Not
so
gonna go.
Level 2 Vulcan. Could level these guys up to level 3 with his other intensive, but he's out of cash, so if he's going to level anything, it would have to be down in here. Could be thinking about selling something. Playing it cagey.
Yeah. Doxson also took improved War Factory here, so there could always be a quick pivot.
A while ago.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, a quick pivot out of the Sabertooth into something like that. Level 2 War Factory, improved War Factory with something like armor is just impossible to kill.
Now, he has gone for Elite Mustang with range enhancement. So I think that is preparatory to the War Factory, right? So what we're looking at there is the ranged Vulcan will hang out behind the War Factory and torch the ground chaff. The ranged leveled Mustangs will hang out behind the War Factory and torch the air chaff. And he's noticed that the kind of compromise that Alpha has had to make is taking ground spec off the Wasps. So that was what I was talking about in that match against Arctorius. I thought that we were going to see this Wasp v Wasp game from Alpha Titan, because eventually he can win that, because Arctorius was carrying ground specialization, which would have been a dead tech. Now, we do get through the 68,000 hit points in the middle, but Doxson wins that round, and I think we get a sell of this beast. That 500 from that guy goes into 1,000 for a war factory. Except we also want to sell this, stocks. But okay, whatever. Yeah, we did sell that exactly. We've got 1,500. We've taken armor on those two. Surely we're taking the war factory. Level 2 would be 1,200.
Unlock
1,500 to buy a level 2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Oh, maybe not.
EMP on the Farseers, levels for the Stangs. He's just going to let the Stangs run in behind the armored rhinos. Unless Titan takes Scorching Flames on the Vulcans, they are going to get almost completely blocked by the Rhino. The Rhino's going to be blocking 180 hit points damage. These guys at level 2, they're doing 200 apiece, 201. So that'll be 21 damage per tick, per tenth of a second to the Rhinos. So 200 and it'll be like 200 DPS. It's going to take a while to get through 95,000 hit points at 200 DPS.
Yeah, it's going to take probably longer than the round, if I had to take a guess. Toxin with these beautiful shields over here, by the way, to block this oil, perfectly reads it.
No, Dox is not Giant spec. He's Farseer spec. Rhinos for Alpha Titan as well, with armor, so kind of the same thought. I will block your Vulcans, you will block my Vulcans. And now we get to have the Rhino v Rhino off in the middle of this board. Go punch. It's a boxing fight.
Oh, and the Farseer EMP to turn off the Rhino armor means that the Mustangs can actually kill it.
Yeah, that EMP'd the Rhino on the right. The level 5 Wasps did win it on the left for Alpha Titan, but Toxin's got 2 Giants left. Alpha Titan is running out of hit points. And that is game 1 to Doxin without the War Factory. Alpha Titan on minus 1,000.
Game 1.
Doxin undefeated tonight. 3-0. And free MP, 100 hit points off of those. And he'd quietly leveled those up to level 2. So that really made a big difference. Getting the EMP lock on this Rhino was huge. This one, I think, didn't actually get that lock in time. Either the crawler pathing or the lack of the extra Vulcan allowed one other unit to get out there and take that, take one last shot of missile out there. Wasps to finish off. Doxin's on the right, but the level 3 Rhino on the right side. Gold damage dealer for that last round, and Doxin wins. He says, I was expecting Worm. Doxin was expecting a worm. CF Teague, after losing this one, says he needs a line of credit for more rocks to bet on the next round. Sorry, sir. That is not how this works.
But remember, every gambler quits before they make it big. So keep going.
Isn't that the baller? That's the baller saying, right? 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big.
It's true.
Yeah, Diagroth, I think you're right there. The Alpha's fangs on the left were slightly out and further ahead than the fangs on the right, and that might have been the difference maker there. All right, we will match them up again with the advantage. Doxin is going to be playing from blue this time. You can gamble, quit because you're broken homeless, and have never made it big. What do you mean? I'm always blue. Just having a big stretch. We'll run our ads while we're putting two paws up and doing our big stretch here. Everybody stretch. Get your water. Whatever it is you need to do. We got 90 seconds after Doxson clicks the ready button, so.
Oh, here we go.
A gift sub for Ms. Diana from Toast. Thank you so much, Toast. A patroness of the arts, indeed. And a patroness of the wasps. I think that's the way it works, right? Anna's scouting report there, I do kind of agree. Alpha Titan is a solid quality player with an excellent knowledge of the game, but in my experience, doesn't have much of a curveball. That is an interesting read for sure, and I do kind of agree. He plays it very straight. Doesn't try to dig deep into the well of tricks.
Oh yeah, no, I think his goal every game is to stabilize and then shut you out. Play honest, play fair, and just counter you with a better army at the end of the day. And we've seen him do it pretty regularly in this tournament so far.
Whooped. I totally agree with this comment. Whooped GG says, I agree. Although I feel like he threw a hanging curve with the wasps and Doxson hit it for a homer. Fair enough. Fair enough. Of our elimination best of 3. This is effectively the semifinals of this tournament. Doxson versus Alpha Titan. The winner moves on to face Arctorius. The loser will parachute down to the 3rd place prize. And right now, Alpha Titan is in danger of taking that place. Doxson up 1-0. Doxson starting near side. Giant Specialist with Hound Stang. That is my strongest opening. I looked at all my stats. Any Stang Hound combo contributes to being my strongest opening. And of course, Giant Specialist is a strong specialist. For Alpha Titan, he's finally, after all the things we'd workshopped and talked about, he's finally gotten a Hound starting pack tonight. I haven't seen him in one before. He's got a Speed Specialist with Hounds, Sledges, and Crawlers. So, Hound Sledge versus Hound Stang. The advantage should go to the Hound Sledge player. We'll see if Doxson's going to play flank screening with the Mustangs early. Doesn't do any of the kind of offset stuff where some players will put both Mustangs together. With a kind of an asymmetrical build to win early rounds and help get some levels into those Mustangs. Doxson just goes for a play it straight here. But that's interesting also. No, he's going to adjust depths. I was going to say, it looked like he was going to play all 3 hounds that's like 10 meters off from each other. Some forward, some back.
Yeah, also...
With me in the booth, of course, tournament organizer Clint Leetwood. Hello.
hello. I was going to say, I find it so fascinating that the hounds are facing each other in basically a 1-to-1 position from both players. Like, if you were to flip the mirror, they're only slightly misaligned. So I think both players have a strong read on what feels good with hounds, and they've definitely agreed upon that these initial positions certainly do.
Yeah. Yep. That initial position for those keeping track at home or trying to workshop it yourself, that'll be either 40 meters or 50 meters out from this tower. Those and that's why they're slightly offset. One is 50 out, one is 40 out. And that just depends on whether you want to leave room for a 5x5 giant or a 4x4 giant between your hound uh, and your tower. We get a round 2 unit drop. Titan not going to go down in straight sets this time. He's one round 1. Takes a Farseer. Phonics would approve if he was still awake for this. It's very late for our European audience. I don't think he's here for this. But both players take the Farseer. Do they manage to mirror sides? They do not. Titan has his in the flank screening, kind of playing the same role that the Mustangs are for Dachshund. Dachshund puts his in the middle where they will kind of help screen against Underground Threat or Wasp Swarm.
Yeah, and this early Farseer from both players here, such a solid pickup on round 2. Pretty hard to ignore it. I feel like what you were talking about earlier with the sledge player being advantage here, I think this is only going to go more in that favor, given that there was an additional sledgehammer added on by Alpha Titan on the right hand side here.
Yeah, he added a sledge on the far left, and that kind of surprises me. I don't think he thinks of sledge as a long-term carry, generally. And certainly he's not running what you would call the full carry text. He doesn't have armor piercing. And I know that Dachshund knows how to beat that tech bar. So that worries me a bit.
So for nice little tower timing here, does give Alpha Titan a good chunk of damage on the Dachshund. Rounds are still pretty
And
close.
that is one of the... I was going to say, that's one of the values of having that Farseer on the board early, because it has 125 meter range. If you win the round, generally your Farseer stayed alive and does 300 hit point damage on the bar. So that was solid damage, drops Dachshund down to 4,600. And we've added a 4th sledge. Leveled 1 and got a heavy armor on the leveled sledge. Meanwhile, Dachshund has taken the instant barrier, instant Vulcan, and this is almost a little funny to me because Alpha Titan says his answer to sledge is Vulcan with Scorch and range. He's just happy to burn through them. So he's going to see them on the opposite side. Now, what Dachshund is going for here, he's got the barrier on the Vulcan on the side that there's no leveled sledge yet. He's trying to prevent these guys from leveling by having them waste most of their time on the barrier. If you don't know, sledges are super level dependent, right? They need early levels in order to become a carry. So if you can deny them that, if you can prevent them from getting experience by contributing to kills, by locking them on a barrier, you can see that these guys still haven't leveled. They've been on, they've been stuck on the barrier all round, and they're going to come out 2 XP short of leveling. So that was Dachshund just denying levels. Denying experience to Alpha Titan.
Oh, so brutal.
This round.
So not only is Vulcan just so good into something like Sledgehammer, I mean, it's very nice that Alpha Titan still wins the round and gets a level on this Farseer, right? Level 2 Farseer, pretty good. But not only does this Vulcan just manhandle Sledgehammers so efficiently, but the barrier, like, Sledgehammers do not have great shield break. Not without
They
text.
really don't. And the tech that they need is the missing one, armor piercing. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Dachshund knows how to beat this build. He is the one that showed me how to beat this build when I was running it myself. So that's why I said it. Second Vulcan for Dachshund. He's the giant specialist. He's still got 2 deploys available. Since they both took the additional deployment slot. Titan goes straight into the field maintenance for the sledges.
Wow, okay. Does this force Scorch out from Dachshund then?
That's the idea. And then what CatSameU in chat is saying says maybe Titan is going for the blue hair build with Wraith and Abyss. And he says this is close to the deal boards to play it into, and if Doxin goes hard into Vulcan techs. If Titan can bait him into some Vulcan techs, he'd have pretty much the edge on as far as being able to transition out of the sledges, have Doxin sort of trapped in the Vulcans and be able to run the Abyss on it. He's also going to throw down a front crawler, let that crawler light oil on fire. That's going to handle these Mustangs. He was worried about these Mustangs having leveled and being level 2, and making sure that all the chaff dies. There's no chaff running in past the shield.
Yeah, and a small little tidbit there too is that those sledgehammers that got denied that level last round do get that level now because of all of the units dying in that fire. And it looks like, yeah, these Vulcans just cannot kill this heavy armor sledgehammer. This is pretty funny.
Yeah. Healing heavily armored sledge is back to full health, baby. Hey, I can't break your shields, but you can't kill me either.
Just like a staring contest.
Titan wins the round. Is that right? Titan wins the round. He's got Doxin down to 3644. And if you want them, you've got 3 levels there for 300. Doxin takes the enhancement module. Do you have a Vulcan level? Nobody has. Levels. Well, he has a Vulcan level, but it's not on the barrier one, on the itemized one. But he does have a level down there in the Farseer. What do you take if you're Alpha Titan here, Clint? What do you like?
So here's where I think his head is at. I think he sees efficient light manufacturing here, and he wants to do that. But I don't know how committed he is to that idea that Ketsemu presented, which is the Abyss Wraith setup. And I gotta be honest, I kind of love that idea, given Alpha Titan's board. So I think he has to make a pretty harsh decision here between efficient light manufacturing and deviating from that plan, or committing to something like Smoke Bomb, right? Which is a gimme. It's a spell. You deny some vision, forces some weird stuff to happen. Takes 2 rounds. And he unlocks Stormcallers. Ooh.
Yeah. For shield break, I would assume. So for additional deployment slot, efficient light is really, really valuable, right? You could just spam out tons and tons of small units at cheap if you wanted to go full hound carry or full, anything else. What he's done here is he's using that to make elite recruiting a sledge and a hound much cheaper. He's got his smoke landed. Doxin did shield a chunk of it, and he'll have the Vulcan fighting from within the shield bubble on that side.
Interesting. Is there anything that can kill these sledgehammers outside of the Farseer? Like, the Farseer has to turn them off, right? That's really the only way it's going to work out.
I mean, yeah, they are steadily just... I mean, this Farseer is slowly going to get them. It got one. It got one, baby. But, yeah, it does have EMP. So as soon as it's turned off the healing, then the Vulcan can kind of get through there. Now they go down, and it's level 2 Farseer versus level 2 Farseer. We have a tower timing, but it looks like it's going to go Doxin's way. 300 hit points to Alpha Titan drops him to 4,600. Doxin's on 3,600. We go to round 6.
Oh, and the enhancement module Farseer leveled there. So Doxin getting his money's worth almost out of that enhancement module on the spot now.
Yeah, he had a level last round, and gets the level this round, so it has paid for itself. He's adding level 2 Sandworm. Now, with full armor piercing and everything else on my sledges beat Sandworm, but I don't think these ones do. A bit worried about it. Of course, Titan has taken the Wraith and given it range. Is that the first step towards the Abyss?
Yeah, and I mean, it also offers him the idea that a quick pivot could be just selling out of this level 3 Wraith, going into Abyss, and clicking something like, what is it, Dark Partner? Is that the name of the
Yeah,
tech?
it's Dark Partner.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's
It
sweet.
takes 2 more wraiths, so it could be sell out of the sledges too, right?
Mm-hmm.
With sell out of the sledges, put the heavy armor on the wraith, and have a wraith out in front. Dark Companion. Thank you, Toast. Cat says he thinks it needed to be Abyss first. So instead of Wraith first, and of course Titan is tempted into the Wraith because that was the drop, and he didn't have enough monies available to really efficiently make the Abyss unlock and drop happen. Everything is going to be stuck in the oil. That is going to let the Vulcans, which now have Scorch, by the way, so that's going to let everything get lit on fire over there. That's going to make sure that the worm, the Farseer, and the Vulcan are doing nothing but engaging sledges. Of course, the Farseer did get to engage with a Wraith as well.
Pretty good oil here. The Farseer on the left will go down. Pretty bad tower timing.
And yeah,
here.
we've got that level 3 Farseer down. And Doxson is going to win round 6. Titan down to 36.88, 36.44. It's as close as it can get. Remember, of course, Doxson is up 1-0. If he wins, he's through to face Arctorius in the finals, and Titan is out. Titan needs to win twice to make it through to a rematch with his 2v2 partner.
Oh man, Cat
It
Saving
is
so brilliant.
It is the Wraith Abyss build, and of course, Kat says, you keep the sledges, you just keep everything focused on the ground game there, and the Abyss with efficient maintenance and swarm missiles right away, boom, boom, and you can add a pair of, chaff if you want. Farseer carry is not a thing, but this Farseer can carry. It could get another level, get up to level 4 for free. This guy's up to level 2. Does Doxson see the Wraith Abyss coming?
And man, that level 4
He's
Farseer
added
has been
2
putting
more
in
Farseers.
so much work. Most damage on
It is
the
on
team. Third most damage last round. Second most kills. Crazy.
357,000 damage in 6 rounds. It's not even 6 rounds because that thing was added before that. It wasn't even added on round 1, right? Doxson trying a flank wasp swarm out here. It will get locked onto the crawlers and follow them this direction instead of necessarily getting the tower. But there is nothing over there that shoots up. In fact, the only upshoot on Titan's board at all is all over here. That's where he's got a Fang, the Abyss, and all 3 Wraiths. Missile strike, not a missile strike, a sentry missile from Doxson, and a 3rd Vulcan with 2 Farseers added outside. He certainly didn't play as though he was expecting a Abyss. Abyss gets stuck on the worm for a little while, but all those missiles target separately, so we are scattering damage all across the board. It does separate targeting the way that the Wraith does for each missile. It's a spectacular tech in terms of the way that it works. So you can see just they're going every which direction. They even hit the Mustangs over here. If you are anywhere in range, you are going to be a target. Of course, it does go down. And we're down to a single Wraith left. That one also goes down. So Titan down to 25.46. Does Farseer AM do anything here? If it connects, it's turned off those missiles. So the missiles won't fire again. Yeah, I think I agree with Kat there. We kind of needed the level 2 Abyss to be able to handle the Sandworm. You can do the level 2 Abyss this round for sure. He's got plenty of money.
I mean, is there any wisdom to just dropping 2 more Abysses? And
It's I mean, you can do 2, right, at 1600, but I'd like to see a level 2 and a pair of level 1 chaff of some sort. A chaff out front so things don't get missiled.
Oh yeah, having a screening piece of chaff here would be huge. I agree. Ah, there it is.
It is 2 more level 1s, not a level 2.
We're gonna be really feeling those lag missiles here in a moment. I feel. I reckon.
Yeah. Yep. We are about to see 140, or sorry, 46 missiles times 3. So 100 and it's 138 missiles,
48,
yes.
yeah.
138. Yeah. So let's go. Your screen will be filled with missile tracks. Do just kind of keep your eye on the hit point bars of these units. Don't try to track individual missiles. It's sort of like following a swarm of fish, if you will. It's just impossible to pick out where any individual is going. You just kind of watch them all. He's drawn the first batch with a single chaff. That is great. And then he's got anti-missile on the Mustangs as well. So a whole lot of AM on the ground, but those Mustangs will get out in front. A bunch of them are going to die into fire on the far right. The Worm is down. The Abyss and Wraith combo clearing the chaff, clearing the line of giants. And yes, there are some marksmen. They have range. They've taken down one of the Abyss.
Oh no!
Tower is still alive. Now it's down. Both teams lose their towers. Down goes the massive monster Farseer, and Titan wins the round with a Wraith and an Abyss remaining. Dachshund down to 28-44.
Oh.
AM Mustang do not got this, no. We get Underground Threat, and Dachshund takes that immediately. So is that going to be just a great distraction in the back line? Or additional chaff of his own? That could be pretty huge for distracting a chaff swarm of missiles. Additional chaff to distract.
Very true, but a huge breakpoint here is these level 2 abysses with swarm missiles, and 2 of them leveled last round, and that is where it gets scary, man. These missiles suddenly are sniping towers a half screen away, and there's really no way you can play around it outside of leveling the tower and making a lot of chaff. But AM Stangs, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think is the right answer.
Dachshund's got 6 of them now, and of course you can always take AM on the Farseers too. But also the Mustangs do get range, so they're going to stay a little bit further back. The shield bubbles are positioned just pretty much perfectly to protect against the smoke. It's not like Titan could have put that much further forward, because it's not like the Vulcans or Mustangs were fighting from further forward. Titan's defensive underground threat is behind the level 3 tower. Dachshund's offensive one is out here.
Notably here, also, Dachshund has loaned, and Alpha Titan has not. So this is a lever that Alpha Titan technically is a little bit ahead in. For the time,
Ahead on economy, right?
Yeah, for the next round at least. He can loan, and he'll be technically ahead, especially if Dachshund doesn't win this round in a convincing way. Oh, infinite missiles coming in.
Jeepers, watching those missiles. That just feels like old school Robotech. You remember Macross series and the way the missiles just went everywhere?
Yeah.
The designers nailed this part of Abyss.
Oh.
Just brilliant. It feels so cinematic. And it's not going to feel cinematic to Dachshund. It's going to feel devastating. Here they come, tower down. And down goes the entire board on the round. Dachshund loaned. Titan did not. Titan wins it hard, and Dachshund's down to 860.
And you know, I've been in Dachshund's spot before where they slam the first abyss, and you're like, oh yeah, I don't really have a great way to deal with that. And then they put down another one, and then that previous one has leveled. And I got to be honest. I think the only real answer here is like make Melter and pray that you latch, pray that you don't get swooped by a laser. It's a tough spot. I think AA wasps with shield are also pretty annoying. But we have to make a lot of pivots to get there, and not a lot of money to parachute our way down.
Oxen does have a lever here. He could sell out of this Farseer for 900. It is up to 800,000 damage. It's doing a ton of work. If you're going to keep it, I'd love to actually see them get range. They stay behind the Vulcans, even. The Abyss get range. We've got a elite recruited one. There we go. Yeah. Alpha Titan says, I am the giant spec now.
Oh, wow.
So there is, to me, a bit of irony here in that Doxson won the first two games against Roxas by closing with a Titan. And here, Alpha Titan has gone to the Titan carry build.
Yeah, really living up to his namesake in Alpha Titan here. You love to see it. 3 level 2 abysses. Oh, it's a beautiful sight.
Now, the AA marksmen are doing a lot of work against the Wraiths. The Wraiths are down. There are still a whole lot of Mustangs up, but the Vulcans are down. Those level 2 Wraiths are just churning up the board, leaving scorch marks everywhere, firing a zillion missiles. I think that's the technical number, right?
If not, it's close.
We've got a tower down. And that is a game 2 to Alpha Titan. We will have that game 3 that you want. Toxin says, I beaconed the Giga Farseer too far on that game.
How awesome. 4 abysses slowly sauntering across the board and just melting everything. Oh, you love to see it.
That was a game indeed, Alpha Titan. Love it. Very nicely done. Living up to your namesake, throwing out the Titans. Does not go quietly into the night. Stared the void into the or steered into the void and came back with the abyss. Love it. So we get a rubber match. So let's go. Guacamole for your trips, whatever it is you need. Stay tuned, of course. We will be right back after ads. We're going to run long ones so you don't get interrupted on the next match. That they've added the official host up here now. Subtle little change, but this is one of the preparations towards, in the community tournament support. This is one of the subtle pre-things. I'm really excited about a couple of things coming up. We'll talk about that in a moment. The May 22nd release, that's coming up in just under 2 weeks, Thursday. We finally get our undo button. So really looking forward to that one. That one has been a long time coming, guys. I know that the team, literally, you guys have been asking for it forever, but the team have actually had to refactor a whole lot of code. It's taken a ton of effort to get that to work properly. I still expect to see some bugs with it in the test server over the next 2 weeks, because we do get access to that. And I'll be reporting as much as I can, trying to prevent anything from reaching you guys. But of course, there's only so much we can do. But that one's coming, of course, and then with it, the Void Eye, the unit that can change from ground to flying. CFT says, yes, I have rocks again. Yes, we have paid out the Gamba win. Congrats to those who bet on Alpha Titan. You got your chance to bet on the final match of this best of 3. We have at most 4 matches to go. At least 3. Don't go anywhere.
I also wanted to talk about that Void Eye real quick. I was listening to Stony and Bear talk in their engine room episode.
Yes, yeah, the engine room chat.
And I was shocked to learn that the Void Eye is gonna cost 100. We get back-to-back chaff units. And granted, the Hound has had its problems, but
back-to-back hundreds.
Yeah, I think it's been overall really beneficial for the game, and it's really opened it up in good ways. So I'm excited to see if the Void Eye is going to also contribute to that.
Yeah, so the Void Eye is, as you said, it's going to be 100 cost, and it's going to have some, its own openers. So you're going to have 100 cost Void Eye starts as to go with your Hounds, your Crawlers, your Arclights, your Marksmen, your Fangs. So really looking forward to that. The other thing that they announced was that the 100 cost Void Eye is going to be a 3-pack. So what we're really getting is, at other levels of the game, you've got, a 3-pack of Phantom Rays for 200, a 4-pack of Steel Balls for 200, a 5-pack of Sledges for 200. But up until the Hound, it was either one 100 cost unit or 12 or more, 15 or more, 20 or more unit for 100 cost. So now we're getting a 3 and a 5 that kind of really fill that out. Yes, it's a 100 cost unit. It can adjust from ground. It's ground-based hovering the way that the Mustang is, but one of its techs will allow it to become a flying unit. And then, yes, they have the most troll of units. Cheese Mechabellum. Oh my gosh, Cheese shows up to chat. So giants fear them. And Cat Save You is talking about one of the things that was revealed in that engine room chat, which was the EMP armor tech, which if you EMP a unit that has the EMP armor on it, it EMPs the unit that EMP'd it. Does that make sense? You hit the unit, you get EMP'd. It's a love. It's just beautiful. So yeah, we are going to troll a whole lot of people with it. It's going to be fun. I honestly think it's going... Yeah, it's EMP reflection. It's going to be really cool. So, mechanic, whether that it does the... Yes, it's the Uno... whether it works as an Uno reverse EMP or whether it actually applies EMP all the time is different. Is we're not I think that is one of the things they're talking about. Balanced things that they're looking at. So yes, if both units have the EMP armor, then a huge void shows up. There's a void spiral, and the entire the entire board just gets wiped. Start over. I mean, literally, you have to go back to round 1. So if that happens in round 10 of the game, you could... No. It's not April Fool's. Sorry, guys. That's not what happens. But let's put the engine room talk aside. We have a final of our best of 3. Dachshund, near side blue. Alpha Titan, far side red. Alpha Titan has already taken the Giant Specialist straight into a Sledge Fang start. He has gone Sledge every chance he has gotten. Dachshund, this is a no Hound start. Wow. What is this? What is this? Where are the Hounds, guys? Dachshund, an aerial specialist with Arclights and Sabers. Alpha Titan, giant specialist with Sledges and Fangs. With me in the booth, Clint Leetwood.
Both players trying to stay alive here, fighting for not to be third here. Let me be clear, third isn't a bad spot. It's $20 in a skin or a DLC pack, so it's not bad, but the the second place $60 is much more, and obviously the grand prize of 120 way more appealing. Arclight Crawler Sabertooth from Dachshund, pretty standard setup, and Fang Sledgehammer with Giant Spec. Interesting. So the shoe is on the other foot this game. Dachshund had Giant Spec last match.
Now, I know Alpha Titan is a big fan of the round 3 Vulcan and the way that Dachshund was. I don't think you bring the round 3 Vulcan into a Sabertooth board, but let us see. He's gone to his marksman. He's always loved them. He gets so much value out of them that I don't. And if you look, he has them almost perfectly lined up with the sabers. Just off by 10, I think. Maybe off by 20. But, almost perfectly lined up to get some good locks there. Is Alpha just going to run Abyss again? It would be amazing to see him go Abyss back-to-back games.
And Alpha over here gets a beautiful lock on this left side Sabertooth. Will snipe it down.
Yeah. Saber down. Arclight down. Marksman down. Ruh-roh. This is not looking so good. Run! He didn't run. 4,800 to 4,400, we go to round 2.
Ooh, round 2 unit drop. Phantom Ray for free is always a lovely pick. I always kind of consider these as air sledges. And if Alpha Titan already has a couple sledges on the ground, why not make one in the air?
In particular, Titan already had the 2 marksmen on the board, so he's got anti-Phantom Ray, and Dachshund does not. Dachshund taking a pair of Fangs, and it did unlock Mass Recruit. So what did we take here? Where's the other unit?
It would be, we added a third crawler as well, so the crawler in the middle is a new
Oh, that's this one. Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Two Fangs. Phantom Ray. And of course, these Fangs are to protect. Remember, we talked about their, Clint noted the early lock that this marksman got. That Fang is to protect against it. For Titan, he's unlocked a crawler. Takes a crawler and a third marksman. And gets a little unlucky with that marksman being on the quote-unquote wrong side for the Phantom Ray. Dachshund a little bit lucky with that. But the marksman will still have an arc light to work on.
Yeah, I like the addition of these crawlers. It's going to link the chaff waves to be a little more annoying for the Sabertooth to target properly. But I do worry about Alpha Titan's chaff clear here. I don't think we necessarily have the required amount of stuff to get these marksmen the locks they need. I say that.
Yeah, I mean,
there's nothing
the
left.
chaff clear is...
Sorry, please go ahead.
The chaff clear consists of 2 sledges and the Phantom Rays, right?
Yeah.
So, not enough this round. Dachshund gets 4,800 hit points, his opening, versus Titan 4,158. If you missed the round 1 of this best of 3, let me reset the stage for you. Both players know Arctorius is waiting for the winner of this match. This one-off, best of 1, the third and final match, both of these players lost to Arctorius in a best of 3 earlier in the tournament. Dachshund lost in a best of 1, Titan lost in a best of 3, so he has consigned both of these gentlemen to the loser's bracket. They both want their chance at revenge, and of course they both know him really, really well. Dachshund has been scrimmaging with him all tournament long because he couldn't face them until the finals, and Alpha Titan is Arctorius' 2v2 partner. They came runner-up in America's last weekend and won the European the weekend before that. So lots and lots of storylines there. Right now, it's an underground threat that Alpha Titan's playing defensively. He has taken the round 3 Vulcan as predicted, and he's taken a marksman outside, so he's very much set up for a classic Vulcan marks build with 4 marksmen, 1 Vulcan, and a steel skin.
Yeah, beautiful read on that Vulcan play. From my understanding, you typically want to hold on to these sledges until your Vulcans are basically ready and set up, and the intent being that they kind of hold down the middle. They kind of also help with the chaff clear. Maybe helps the Vulcan get a little unstuck sometimes. That can happen. But a good number of marksmen over here will chew through that saber tooth on the left. Ooh, nice tower timing, though.
I'm going to say, I think this was actually a really good read from Doxson, adding the Stormcallers as his anti-giant, and he had them lined up perfectly to engage with that Vulcan when they got the chance to. Basically took it straight opposite. If you look, it is directly opposite that Vulcan. He can kind of see the pockets. He knows that Titan's a giant spec, and he knows that Titan has this tendency to go round 3 Vulcan. Titan takes the portable shield for a Vulcan. He prefers that to improve firepower control because he's planning on taking Scorch, you would assume. Laser sight for one of his marksmen would have been really good, but portable shield just to keep the Vulcan alive. I am a little, well, Vulcan's Descent would be tempting a little bit deeper into the game when you have more money. Maybe this round it's too expensive. So it'll be a Vulcan and a portable shield for it. For Titan on the right side. Doxson's still thinking about things, hasn't taken his drop yet.
I am kind of curious seeing that there's Phantom Ray oil on Alpha Titan's board, if that's maybe a route he might go down. Granted, there's Phoenix now to help deal with the Phantom Rays and Vulcans and other things, right? But originally, right, there was only really ground game to deal with what the Phantom Rays were doing. So I can't help but wonder if this was maybe like a slightly missed opportunity.
Just to spend 100 on attack and have some oil on the ground for the Vulcan.
Yeah, get some oil on the ground. There's also some weird interactions with it in shields, like it can kind of overpen shields a little bit, and it's a hard tech to play around. You basically have to force it early and try to get the fire away from you. But these Vulcans are...
Doxson has added his single target damage in the... Doxson's added his single target damage with 3 Phoenix. That is enough to kill the Vulcan on the left side. That was where he had 4 Phoenix, including the laser-sighted one. On the right side, not quite so much, but eventually the level 2 Saber is able to get through even the portable shield. So between them, Stormcallers and Sabertooth and Phoenix are able to knock off the other Vulcan. So Doxson, not quite able to finish. The 4 marksmen survive for Alpha Titan, drops Doxson from 4,800 to 4,400.
Mission deployment slot slammed down round 5. People really love this card, and I don't blame them. I think it makes, once again, for beautiful boards, allows you to catch up if your opponent's doing some like giant strategies with some more medium-sized units.
If you're doing a giant strategy, it allows you to spam the giant. I mean, you just can't tech them. Titan, I wonder if he was thinking about Assault Scorpion there. I'd love to ask that after the game. Does take range for his marksman, Scorch for his Vulcans, and he is most of the way set with what he wants to run. He's got 100 if he wants to sell these Phantom Rays. They did 243 damage last round, so I think they are one of the most expendable units on his entire board. I'd love to see him just tech sell that, and then he's got 202 deploys.
Something that I think Alpha Titan has done here that's pretty intelligent is this worm unlock, preventing, hopefully, a level 2 worm from hitting that pack, a unit drop pack, and that's an easy route for something like level 2 worm with armor, and suddenly your Vulcans can get stuck on something that's really, really annoying to deal with.
Also, look at this cheeky little mobile beacon. I'm going to take 2 crawlers and go pop your sentry missile for minus 50. I love
funny.
it. That is just so I'm going to econ you. I don't care. You two, go die on that missile.
Drop the minus 50 in the chat.
We do have that that emoji for anybody who's a subscriber. There you go. Minus 50.
And it looks like these marksmen might pull another small upset against these Stormcallers, getting some small levels here. And this is the scary part about Vulcan marksmen.
Don't discount that one fang. We did 6 extra hit points.
Very
3
true.
marksmen and a fang.
That one fang that your Stormcallers refuse to hit. Yeah, I've been there before.
I actually was a hero, right? Okay, so we get a Vulcan. We get an extra Vulcan. We've taken best partner and added a amp core for that new Vulcan. So Titan loves to add that 3rd Vulcan in the middle somewhere, and might then add some flank screen Vulcan later. But for now, it's Vulcan in the middle. Make you miss with your mobile beacon here, and he's up to 7 marksmen effectively off of this board. Correct. Dachshund is not running armor piercing on on storms. Cat says, "How dare Dachshund? Blue armor piercing storms can storm cheese level 2 towers. Therefore, armor piercing is a necessary storm tech." That just tells you everything you need to know about Cat Samu.
This level 3 Saber over here with Amp Core sitting at a clean 66,000 HP. Pretty large pool of HP there to deal with reasonably. Also, it's going to 2-shot the level 1 Vulcan with portable shield. That's funny.
Does it? Look at that. It really does. 1 to take the shield off, and 1 to finish.
Dude,
holy smokes. Way to call that out in advance, Clint. Nice spot. Well played.
And it's important to note here that while this is like really a dominant win for Dachshund, Phoenix range was added here. Alpha Titan does have fortresses unlocked, so there could be a quick pivot into something like Fort AA, which could be pretty good here. 4X Hound.
He has been steadily unlocking the giants, right? So he's got Vulcan, Sandworm, Fort, and Melting Point unlocked. And that is why they are not showing up here. Melting Point doesn't show up here because he's unlocked it. The game considers him to have invested 200, even though it was free. He's invested 200 in Melting Points, therefore it would be unfair to put out a unit here that we haven't that he's invested into. The game basically makes a triage board of things that you've invested into and doesn't allow those to show for your opponent. Well, it would be unfair to your opponent, right? If Vulcans showed up in that drop, right, for Titan, it would just be completely unfair to get triple teched Vulcans. Yes, it does have marks on the double shot. Hello, Park. Welcome in. He says, "I was watching your stream on YouTube because it provides better definition at 1080p, but I came here to join the chat." I am sorry. I do actually have the joint chat together somewhere, but it was in the behind. So I have missed any of it's been in the window behind. So I've missed any chat that happened in the YouTube channel because I had windows backwards in my second monitor. Apologies. Yeah, double tap kind of necessary to pop this guy in a reasonable amount of time. The other possibility was ignite, but Titan has not taken that. Instead, he's got the armored, or the rhinos, but looks like it is...
Oh, the left side is in
wasn't
shambles
great wasp
over here.
on the board here. Yeah, that left side has gone hard for Titan. The left side, Vulcan is down.
Oh, and this is, man, this is what Vulcan Marksman does. You almost kill them, and then suddenly they stabilize and punch you straight in the mouth for like 2,000 plus damage. It's so brutal. Intensive training coming up. This is very good for both players. So is Nano. Nano repair kit on a Vulcan is, it's a Vulcan item. Vulcans love items.
And there are there's a level 2 potentially Vulcan to host that item in a moment. I'm going to point out what Kasemu was showing was the Fang spam out here. Just all these late arriving Fangs doing so much work for Titan. They've both got really exquisite chaff boards when you look at it, but Doxson kind of missing that deep set of Fangs back here. Instead, he's got deep Wasps coming, but the Wasps got eaten up by Titan's Fangs. That's why these guys are both ready to level after that round.
An intensive.
It is an intensive war factory with a range enhancement on it.
Yeah, big blue
level 2.
Just gonna absolutely tank everything, but also deal out a lot of damage, right? Vulcans do fall pretty quick to something like a level 2 war factory.
It will deal a lot of damage, and it's got 155 meter range, which outranges the Vulcans. Hot Wheels deployed. It's got the Hot Wheels skin on it. This guy's been intensive up to level 3, so at least we've got the right unit in front of it. I'll try and tank some of that. Burn down a level 2 war factory with honest damage. He still hasn't taken double tap on the marksman. Fangs handle all those wasps. Both War Factory and Vulcan are down below half hit points. Now the Vulcan, level 3 Vulcan is down. All 3 Vulcans are down. And it is just Marksman, Phoenix, and one Beastly. Can we call it a Beastly Peppermint?
Or a marshmallow?
No, it just doesn't work. It's definitely not a marshmallow.
A really pointy marshmallow.
Ruh-roh. 558 hit points left for Titan. He is on the verge of elimination. He takes the Overlord on drop here.
Are we going to see
Overlord
something?
for Doxson as well. Sold.
Okay, yeah, the Melter is a great idea. I was wondering if he was going to lean more into the Marksman idea and go something like double shot. But no, he's actually going to just trust the Melter to handle the job over there on the left side.
Right, so he is in Exodia, Vulcan Marks. And this thing, level 1. Both of them took the Overlords and sold out of them. We've got the range launcher overload for this bad boy. Titan lighting the right side on fire. The Crawler and the Fang to try and protect the War Factory from the Melter, right? But Titan has added portable shield on his Fangs. It is a chaff war, even at this late stage of the game. Launcher Overload Phoenix now for Doxson. I like it. Doubles their DPS output.
Oh, wow. Not every day you see Launcher Overload Phoenixes. I mean, I used to be like an Apooche special back in the day.
I ran them for a long, long time. I have only recently switched to Charged Shot in their place.
Yeah.
But Doxson gives up elite marksman to be able to have his choice of them between charged shot, launcher overload, or even both in certain dire cases. In addition to the melter, Titan does take the double shot marksman, double tap, boom, boom. And that, are we going to get the melter lock? We've got the melter lock. The melter is protected. Down goes the War Factory.
Yeah, down goes Frazier. Down goes Frazier.
Exactly.
And Doxson taking a lot of damage here. 2 giants remaining on the board, and basically all the marksmen's remained unscathed there. That was a double oil round from both players. And moreover, there's a huge sum of these fangs with shields that do not have an efficient answer on the board currently.
1436 for Doxson, 558 for Alpha Titan. One of these players goes home right now if this round turns out decisive. For Doxson, a new level 1 War Factory on the right-hand side. For Titan, it is that melter is now level 3 with a laser sight. We've got a 4th Vulcan. Is he reading this cold? He does. Cold read on that War Factory, sir.
Oh, no. It's looking pretty good for Alpha just off the boards alone. I really don't know how
Yeah,
these things get answered.
There is no answer to the Fangs. The Fangs have been quietly just handling the Wasps, too. The Wasps are really not doing much. They distract the Marksmen for a minute, but now the Marksmen have elite Marksmen on them as well. That is going to help them chew through things like the Saber. Anywhere that they need to get a lock.
Oh, and potentially final round. Lots of HP on the board. The
Instant lock on the left side. Oh, that's amazing.
Oh, no.
That is going to be decisive. The laser sights on the level 3 melter just insta-locked and destroyed that War Factory before the chaff got out in front of it. And Titan had also correctly read that there was going to be a War Factory on the right. That melter has not gotten a good lock. It is too late for it. It goes down to a level 2 War Factory. But there is still that level 3 with laser sight on the far left. Even though Doxson gets the tower on the right side, it still looks really good for Titan. Here comes across the board. Final conflict. Can that... It cannot. He didn't even give me enough time to finish the sentence.
Oh, man.
Alpha Titan beats the dog in chainmail. That's up the Doxson says, okay, wait. Hear me out. Best of 5. This was epic, guys. That was amazing. What work. I mean, Titan stays cool as peppermint in that final moment, like just makes the right read here, doesn't have quite enough chaff clear out in front to get the lock that he needed the way that he has on this side, but adding the Vulcan over here and just guaranteeing that he got the lock with the laser sight melter basically guaranteed that round. That was amazing. Really great work. So Doxson comes third. What has he won, Clint? And we can bring him back into the booth if you want to chat a little bit, Dox. I do understand we're...
Oh, please, go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I do understand we're going to have about a 5-minute break for folks to stretch their legs, etc. So, take, if you don't want to hear the interview with Doxson, give us a, go ahead, stretch your legs. We'll be right back.
But yeah, with Doxson,
and congratulations.
Being eliminated there, that means he is taking the 3rd place prize of $20 and a Gilded Worm skin pack. So golden worms for everybody so far.
$20 and a golden worm. There we go.
And I'm going to step away for just a brief moment.
Yeah, I need some water as well. I agree, Whooped. That was a brilliant game, a brilliant series. Whoo-wee. And now joining us in the booth, we've got Doggo, Zoxon, Doggo Scientist. Welcome in, man. I'm so sorry to see you go down, and by only 153 hit points. So close, man. GG's. How you feeling?
Woof.
Woof, indeed.
Hey, yeah. Oh, that lock was just lethal. So good on Alpha Titan. He played a really good game there. I just wish I'd beaconed that guy back.
Even anything. Littlest
that
beacon there.
was good. Yeah, if that War Factory lives, just a little longer, we clear enough. Fight keeps going.
Right. Now, so in the end of that game, Clint and I were observing that it felt like there wasn't a great answer to the Fangs, and the Fangs just keep arriving all through the board, or all through the round, because of the way that Titan has set up his Fang board. Can you talk about that kind of positioning? And is there a good counter to these super deep Fangs showing up at the end of the round with a shield, and just, like, what does one do? And, like, if you were going to redo that, what would your anti-Fang clear be here?
Yeah, so typically what you'll see at the high MMRs is either Vulcan War Crimes or something like a one-turn Stormcallers with fire.
Right.
But I just didn't have enough to do it this turn. I had to get the second War Factory going. But that definitely would have been the next turn if I'd made it that far. Alternatively, if I had gone Mustangs earlier, that combo's better with the War Factory.
Yeah, you had done that in both of the games against Roxas, and it was really, really effective to have the 135 range on the Mustangs sitting right behind the 120 of the War Factory, which obviously once you've taken temp range turns into 135, 150, but they just hang out just behind, and they clear any chaff that was going to get in the way. So that worked really, really well in those two games.
And it would have been even better with the laser sights that came. I kind of fell into the trap where the only pack you want is aerial spec, and then you feel like you have to play air units. And I really didn't need that many Phoenix.
I felt like the Phoenix were doing a lot of work. Like, these guys are gold damage dealer for the round and the game at 350,000. The level 3 with the laser sight. The other one got up to 219,000. So I think they were doing a ton of work for you, especially knocking out the Vulcans in the mid game. Yeah, maybe there might be one too many. Why did we stay in the Wasps at the end of this game? They really seemed like they were just dying to the Phoenix, or to the Fangs at the end game.
Well, they're just chaff. They're just there to take some marksman shots, distract a melter for a little bit.
Right, and a double tap marksman takes forever. Obviously a melting point can lock onto that instead of another unit, and they're not chaff that is not dying to the Vulcans. Is that the basic thought there?
Yeah, and for example, if I'd put one in front of my War Factory, that would have spared it from the melter for a good while. So.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what decided that game. And congrats to Alpha Titan. He did great. Yeah, and he beat me. He beat me in a standard versus standard. So
yeah,
good on him.
That was impressive. I did think that in these long standard games you were going to be favored, just based on the extreme amount of experience that you have, with Titan being relatively newer to the game. But Well, then, do you have a favorite between Arctorius and Alpha Titan in this final? Who's your pick?
Uh, I'm gonna go with Alpha Titan. I think anybody can lose a 1v1. Anything can happen, but in a best of three, I think he might just edge him out.
All right, let's go. Well, thank you and congratulations on third place. Well worked to get this far to claim the third place after I know it was a disappointing day one. And congrats. Good luck next time out, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
That was the voice of your third place finisher, Doxson. We'll continue taking our break. We're going to be ready for the next match when it comes up. Hopefully, win or lose. Whooped, I agree. Doxson is a class act. The kind of guy that we would love to have representing the guild. Do love to have representing the guild. Very much an inspiration in terms of like the gentlemanly nature, the sportsman. That's exactly Doxson, the goodest of boys.
Oh,
And,
it's so true.
I'm going to be right back with my water. Okay, so you've got the cons.
I will hold it down for the time being. Hi, chat. We are just waiting for our players to filter in at the moment, but we'll be firing off the grand finals. This will be a best of three, in which if Alpha Titan wins the best of three, so if he wins 2 games, right, he has reset the bracket. Arctorius has taken his first loss in the bracket, and then we are off to a sudden death best of 1. So, Alpha Titan fighting to stay alive and to give him a shot taking down Arctorius. Both of these players, very competent, very capable, super solid fundamentals. And, Amarok has said it best, right? Which is these players know each other incredibly well. And it is something else to see them matching up with one another again in the finals. I think both of these players are on the top of their game currently. And I think the tournament games that we've seen so far almost certainly show that. If I had to take a guess here about who probably ekes this out, I would have to give it to Arctorius. I think Arctorius is just playing a lot more solidly lately, and I'm curious to see if Alpha Titan can make the adjustments from their first set together. Oh, first ready up.
All right, I am back to join you for this one.
Welcome
Thank
back,
you
sir.
very much. I do want to say a big shout out. Thank you very much to Free for All and Whooped. You guys have done a ton of work behind the scenes just to make sure folks are in the right places at the right time. So very, very much appreciated. Thank you guys. Couldn't have done this without you. So I like the way that Cody explained this in chat, where he says basically it's a best of 5. Except Arctorius is up 1 game to nothing from that previous.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it,
Big
actually.
time. Right. So we're gonna call this game 2 of a best of 5, if you will. So Arctorius 1, Alpha Titan 0, based on having won the head-to-head earlier. Yeah, it's a best of 3, but if Arctorius wins, it's over. If Alpha Titan wins, it goes to a sudden death best of 1. Is another way to think of it? It's actually well. Because if Alpha wins 2-0, then it really is a sudden death, right? Okay, fair enough.
Any predictions from you here? Do you think
Some
Alpha
people are
Titan
gonna
has
miss
something
the
figured out?
Been watching Arcturus play. Don't tell Titan I said this, but I think Arcturus has got it. I think he is
so
the
too.
favorite. I am gonna back Titan in the betting, in my personal betting, because I love the man and I'd be super happy if he wins it. They are both clicking on all cylinders. Now I'm gonna say something. I had this when we used to run into them on ladder. I thought of it as Sten and Arcturus, and Sten was the one that worried me, and Arcturus was just the good guy who's the partner, wasn't the one I'm worried about. If we run into Arcturus and Sten on ladder, Arcturus is the one we're thinking about. The
Yeah.
man has raised his game so much in the last 3 to 4 months, and it is really rewarding to see a guy who's this good, that good of a gentleman to have brought his game to that level. He is amazing. Welcome to our finals. Arcturus versus Alpha Titan, the rematch. Arcturus, unbeaten all the way to the finals, now has to beat his 2v2 teammate and co-champion from the 103 European 2v2s, Alpha Titan. The way we've been kind of describing this, it is a best of 3. If Alpha Titan wins, because Arcturus has beaten him previously and Alpha Titan had to come up through the losers bracket, if Alpha Titan wins, whether the score is 2-0 or 2-1, there will be a single game best of elimination at that point. So,
Alpha Titan probably getting one of the
not
best packs in the game, by the way, in this Typhoon spec with Crawler Sledge. Very, very strong there.
That's a good one. Arcturus on the near side, a saber-tooth specialist with Sledgehammer and Marksman, and a pair of crawlers behind. That looking very much like an Alpha Titan formation. You can tell that they have been working together a lot. Before they knew they were going to be drawing each other. As 2v2 partners, they were scrimmaging quite a bit. Now that they knew they were drawing each other, they didn't scrimmage this week, I don't believe. But yeah, it is tough. And of course, this week with the America's 2v2 tournament, the team that beat them was no less than Forgotten Arbiter and Sacco together. So, yeah, they're playing at the top of their game not just in this tournament, but throughout,
Oh, yeah.
It's really good to see.
Yeah, that run was crazy because that tournament was stacked. These marksmen here are going to be a pretty decisive advantage this early round. We'll net Arcturus a good chunk of damage onto Alpha Titan's HP bar.
Little Lexi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. You guys are in for a treat. We have the finals of the Mechabellum Mini Masters. You've got Arcturus 2050 MMR and Alpha Titan just under 2000 on Alpha Titan is on the far side red as a Typhoon specialist. Arcturus, a Sabertooth specialist. We had just set the stakes for you, but repeating them. Arcturus is unbeaten throughout this tournament. I mean, he's lost one game in a best of 3. That game was to Alpha Titan. But then Arcturus knocked Alpha Titan down into the losers bracket. Alpha Titan fought his way through the losers bracket and earned a rematch against none other than his 2v2 teammate and 2v2 tournament 103 European champions, Arcturus and Alpha Titan, facing off here to decide which one of them gets to be the captain. So, and also which one of them wins a $120 cash prize. With me in the booth, Clint Leetwood.
Hello, Raiders. Perfect timing for you to come in here right at the grand finals. Two very established players with many accolades to their name. It's going to be exciting. So it looks like Alpha Titan just added on hounds here, which will help with this chaff clear. Also, marksman,
And
while they shoot them in and kill them in one shot, it's not the best answer.
it's slow going to
Yeah.
shoot through hounds one at a time with
Takes a lot
marksman
of
for
time.
sure. Now, I am going to say this is Alpha Titan's preferred chaff clear is a hound line. We've workshopped that together. He was coaching me on it. Basically, I had dropped down to from 1900 down to into the high 14s, and was kind of hovering at 15 to 1550. And Titan's coaching really kind of helped me to stop thinking of hounds as non-chaff. I was thinking, I basically had decided that everybody was wrong. Hounds aren't chaff, they are chaff clear. So I was buying like an old school big chaff board behind it. And you can kind of see what Titan's done here, where it's round 3. He doesn't have any chaff behind it. He's only got the 3 crawlers from the initial deploy. He's got 4 hounds and a tech on them. He's just bought 2 more, so a line of 6 hounds with attack by round 3 for his chaff clear. And with that, that has brought me back up to almost 1800, and really appreciated that kind of coaching and thought process. We were able to really identify that because I was still buying too much chaff behind the hound line. I was kind of over focusing on, I was under deployed for DPS. So in this case, we've got a DPS unit with the Scorpion already. And then because I was under deployed in DPS, when you got to the late game, instead of spamming a whole bunch of giants, I would be trying to up the DPS of the giants. And that was kind of the gist of that coaching, was kind of 3 problems that had sort of snowballed together in the, one after the other. On the near side, you've got level 3 arc lights already. We talked about that earlier in the tournament. Level 3 arc light with 1041 attack will one-shot a level 1 hound at 947. So that's a great drop for Arctorius. Exactly what he needs to try and get this hound line under control. If you don't have level 3 arc lights, you're going to want to have charged shot on a level 1 arc light to be able to beat a level equivalent hound in a single shot. So that is exactly what Arctorius needed, and he clears Alpha Titan's board in this round. We go to round 4. Take it away, Clint.
Yeah, round 4. I'm kind of curious because we did see Alpha Titan click that really important timing. Actually, both players clicked a very important timing last round, which is this round 3, either hound range or arc light range. You're going to see this quite often as you start to climb and as you get up into the higher MMR brackets. This is the timing a lot of players play to, and because it's really strong, it really sets up a lot of the sort of like stilts, if you will, to build a taller board later on. It looks like Alpha has gone ahead and added in some Phoenixes to complement the Hounds. We talked about in previous games how Hounds with range and Phoenixes have a beautiful natural pairing of 110 range and 120 range. I'm curious to see if Alpha Titan might try to do a deep flank here with one of these Typhoons, or rather the Typhoon drop we just got. Arctorius's chaff deployment behind the tower is somewhat exploitable, but I don't know if it's meaningful to do something like that with how Alpha Titan's board is set up. What do you think, Emerald?
Yeah, I don't think I would do that yet. If I were pressing harder and had the ability to get to a tower by doing a chaff pull, I think I might consider it. But in this board where we haven't taken mech rage yet, we're slow. I think I would leave it alone. I do love that Titan has covered the flank rhino drop. I kind of wish this Phoenix had been out on this corner to ensure that no matter where that rhino dropped, it was covered. But he has decided to focus on one side, and decided to focus on the side that was away from the Scorpion. What he didn't want to see was, what he was assuming, I think, is that Arctorius wouldn't drop the Rhino here where it hits the tower and then runs right into a Scorpion, because that would be kind of a waste of your Rhino. Mm-hmm. So he covered the other side with all 3 Phoenixes. And by covering a side that hard, he's essentially transitioned from having a symmetrical board to an asymmetrical board, and cleans up to win round 4. Go to round 5. You've got the... Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say a small little minutia there, right? Is that Artorias won round 3 handedly, and now Alpha Titan goes on to win round 4. If you look at both of their specialists, that's when they excel, right? Artorias gets that free Sabretooth round 3, even though he sold it, and Alpha Titan gets this Typhoon spec or this Typhoon on round 4 from his specialist, and it's just like a beautiful like little ebb and flow that exists in this game to kind of be aware of when your opponent's going to be strong and when you're going to be strong and when you should be pressing certain things. um
Okay, huge thing on this round. Both of them take the improved melting point. Now, improved melting point, if you don't know, it increases the melting point range by 10. If you wind up in a melting point mirror and your opponent has improved melting point and you don't, you lose because his improved melting point will lock onto yours just before you get to lock onto his. And as a giant specialist, I would almost always take improved melting point if it drops, especially on round 5 this late, where it's probably I don't really care about the 50 I would get for skipping. I'd much rather hedge and make sure that I don't wind up in, say, let's say I wanted to go fort here, and I was going to deploy forts on this round, and then I find out that Arctorius has got improved melting point. I might be really trapped because now I can't even transition to regular melting point and outrange his improved melter. So as giant specialist, I would really be looking for that one. Neither of them is giant spec this game, but it's still worth thinking about. Arctorius goes ahead and spends 150 to take oil from this right side tower, drops it on Titan's left side to slow everything down. If he's losing on this side, that was going to kind of encourage the Phoenix to get out in front and get targeted early by the marksmen, which have double tap, but the Phoenix take range for Titan, so they don't actually overfly anything on that side. Really good or really lucky, depending on your take. Timing for taking range for Titan. Again, he's going to win that left side despite the oil and work around from left to right.
Yeah, and this is so good for Alpha. Seeing the oil and still being able to muscle through it and take the round in such a convincing way is such a boon. Also, something like Wasps here, yeah, I feel like this is an auto slam for both players. I'm curious, is he thinking Wraith,
Arctorius,
maybe?
Arctorius is on 2472. I can't see taking the Wraith into Marksman. The only thing I could be considering taking would be Storm out of this. But I think there's just too much value in the Wasps. And we've talked about Titan having had that. No, he did take the Wraith. How did you call that? What made you think Wraith there? Oh, it's just Cell. Okay.
I don't know. It was the only other thing that seemed attractive to me. Like maybe for raw money. Once you pointed out the marksman thing, though, I'm gonna be honest. I discarded the thought immediately. I was like, no, that idea sucks.
Yeah. That's was kind of my thought. I was like, wait, what? No, not into double tap marksman. Yeah. That'd be awful. Of course, if you're gonna, you could throw something down like that. Round 6. The Titan brings out the Titan. He's took the extended range War Factory way earlier, brings it onto the board on round 6 behind the oil. He's just going to run it right into the oil and gives it efficient maintenance. So he's planning that thing for the long term. He's not even trying to tech it for immediate gains and trying to put Arctorius under tempo pressure. He's actually playing it for the long term. What he does not have is that nice Fang board that we saw against Doxin that made the Wasps so useless for Doxin. Mm-hmm. They were chaff, but they were dying to Fangs. So here they are going to tie up the single target, the Phoenix and others. And of course, the other difference here is Doxin was bringing a War Factory out into Marksman that didn't have double tap. Here, these guys are coming out this War Factory is coming out into ranged double tap Marksman. The arc lights clear the chaff off the ground, and the double tap marksman, it's not great, but hey, they're doing real damage, burning their way through that War Factory as best as they can. And of course, as an extended range War Factory, it's got 40% less hit points than normal. It does actually die to the marksman there.
Wow, that's shocking. But I can't help but wonder if he's going to be leaning into a production war factory. Does he run quantum reassembly on his Phoenixes? He doesn't. Okay. So it's
He's
probably
not
not
running
that
quantum
angle.
reassembly, but he does have Steel Ball and Phoenix, and he's placed it to deep. So you could imagine a range plus production
And
is one of the possible angles there.
I think redeployment's an whoa, no redeployment. I feel like once you take something like factory, redeployment is so strong, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to be
Okay.
redeploying this factory from side to side, protecting rather than selling it and rebuying it. I want to be able to redeploy it wherever I need, so that
Mm.
if you've got something like that late round lock that Titan had with the melting point to beat Doxson in that final match of the best of three, you could conceivably be redeploying out of it. Again, this is one of those spots where I think a really creative player takes redeploy. And Diana's read on Titan was exceptionally solid, knows the game inside and out, doesn't throw a curveball, and that's an example, I
Mm-hmm.
think, of exactly what Diana was talking about.
I
Right? Because we literally could have gone from here to here,
yeah, in your
right?
face, I'm walking at your tower. I'm gonna make you play the improved melter
Hmm.
card, and then I'm gonna,
And
move it
then
elsewhere.
I'm going to be back in somewhere else. Yep. Good luck. Good luck counting it.
I think I see what Alpha Titan's line is now. So even though he is not running quantum reassembly, he does click Phoenix production. So he's going to lean into that angle. But I
Hmm.
think what he's really looking for is one of these late round steel ball drops. Clicks Mech Div, clicks steel
Uh-huh.
ball production, and suddenly he's got a formidable chaff board.
Right. Yeah, it's slow production War Factory. We're not going all out because we're running normal techs on them. And just building a couple of Phoenix over the course of the round is enough to change this in his favor. That is basically the produced Phoenix there. You can tell by the fact that they have 0 total damage, because their round damage got accrued to their unit producers' total round damage. So there it is, exactly what you were saying. Steel ball. We will expect to see mech div and steel ball production.
Oh,
And I bet Arctorius knows it. What are you gonna do, sir?
you know, You know what I like against this sort of angle if it's steel ball production, and I think it's going to be that angle?
Mm-hmm.
I like Hacker. I think Hacker is actually super sweet into production war factory shenanigans.
It is. So so you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Sadman used to say, like, we had played each other enough times, and I had been exploring all the different lines for beating Production War Factory, and Hacker was the thing that we came up with that beats it. And then we just didn't publish that. Like, I would run it against him if we came up against each other in tournament, and that was it. Right? And like,
Mhm.
we literally had kind of agreed, just, like, we've scrimmaged enough times, but we don't need to go for it. Now, Arctorius reads the steel ball drop, the mech div, and goes straight to EMP. So he is pre-countering the steel ball mech div with EMP on the arc lights. So that would have been a kind of a bad line for Titan to take. Instead, Titan just goes for range on the war factories. I'm going to keep them back. I'm going to keep them at long range. I'm going to keep them producing Phoenix, and I'm going to trust my Phoenix to get the job done. Now, you're going to notice something on Titan's board here. He's running range, charged shot, EMP, and energy shield. Of course, that is so that if he's in a big Phoenix line, he can shield the Phoenix. Does mean that they're missing if elite marksmen, so they can't become the super hyper carry Phoenix the way that a lot of people's marksmen do. And Arctorius has gotten those hyper carry marksmen out. The surviving arc lights do EMP the Phoenix producing, so it turns off the Phoenix production. And that allows the marksman to finish off the war factories, but again, the Phoenix are going to get the job done. Titan wins the round. Since 2 of those are summoned, there's not much damage. Summoned units don't... I think they do, what, 1/4 of the damage to the bar?
Yeah, so instead of
as
doing 100, they do 25 there, yeah.
Yep. And that only drops Sartorius down to 1822. Electromagnetic impact, great, because you can drop it on top of the war factories and turn off production. The ways to beat a war factory, of course, if you're going to do honest damage, if you're not going to hack things, is EMP. So here we go. We've also taken Elite Marksman on the arc lights. They've got great range. We're turning things off. You can see that we're going to try and hit 2 war factories together. Hopefully Alpha Titan throws down 3 shield bubbles. And Jerry Hattrick says, this is one of the reasons you might have wanted redeploy way back when, right? So we could even just jump one of these over and have shield, shield, shield with our war factories on a different side of the board. Avoiding the sticky oil, avoiding this thing. Shielded Fang for Arctorius. Big add there. And again, this looks so much like Alpha Titan's board from the previous round. You can really tell how much these two have worked together as far as building similar boards. And even the loving marksman, right? Like these two have they know each other so well, and they've really played into making each other stronger, I believe. Titan does get the shields up to cover the existing war factories, brings in a new one, doesn't shield the new one because there's no way Arctorius is just going to blind EMP the middle of nowhere over there.
I love this line from Alpha Titan. He went for high explosive war factory. I actually had this thought when I saw Alpha Titan's beautiful Fang chaff board of all the Fangs with shields. If Doxin had ran high explosive ammo on the war factories, I think that the dynamic of that game changes quite drastically.
Becomes the chaff clear.
Yeah.
And you can see exactly this Fang board was shutting down Doxin. And with HE on the bar for the war factories, Titan just burns through it all. There's a couple of Fangs left, not anymore. There's still some Phoenix left. There's still some war factory left. And if we can get a war factory to survive, that's a lot of hit point damage. It's not looking likely.
Oh my goodness.
It's not happening. It's not even, he's not even winning the round. Those marksmen are out of control. Arctorius, put a leash on those marksmen, sir. Level 5, level 4, level 3, they've all leveled up. And here's an ion beam. Of course, for Titan, that goes right into the marksman line. I think both players took temp range last round. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this is going to be ion beam over the marksman and shields up for both players, I would expect. Here he's trying to hit, Arctorius is actually aiming not so much at the war factory, but at the Phoenix. And Titan shields them. I don't think a shielded Phoenix survives, but it is going to help the produced ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see both players take that improved range, enhanced range, very early in their countdown cycle. And then they, like, I used to habitually click lone range speed at the start of late rounds, because I was going to want all 3 of them. Now I do a lot more what Titan does, and I see why, which is click enhanced range, play through your round. If you get down to the end of the round and you're like, I've got 300 left, I've got 450 left, but there's really a tech I would buy for 500, now I'm going to take the loan and get the tech that I wanted. There's no reason to take the loan if 200 doesn't change your thinking. Arctorius has gone to the classic counter now, which is Acid Scorpions, and gives them Siege. So we've got a zillion range, 215 range to 175, and we've put it right into the ion beam. Does it survive? No, it does not. Double teched blind kill on that Scorpion. It might actually be game deciding right there. That is rip indeed. Grab the trombone, grab the trumpet. and play taps for Arctorius. Ah, you see what I did there.
Very, very nice. But yeah, I mean, once again, these marksmen are going to have their hands full, but they've proven themselves to be pretty capable. And the equation gets a lot easier with the acid scorps, but this right side is just crushing through. And that's a pretty overwhelming win.
All that ion beam.
Yeah.
That was all from that ion beam and taking out that acid scorpion. So Arctorius down to 510 hit points. Alpha Titan at 2140. Of course, Arctorius won the first bout between these two 2-1. Titan trying to kind of even the score here. Has Titan double up on the Titans?
The Abyss, I saw it.
Wait, no, there's got to be a spot. Is there a 7x7? Has he actually left a 7? I think that's a 6. Abs. Wait, no. Yeah, I think that's the. I mean, the most that's like a 5 there. Yeah, it's a 5, guys. It just doesn't fit back here. It's a 6 there. Yeah, the only place you could possibly fit the Abyss would be right here. I don't think it's the right choice. So Arctorius took the fort, put it on the front line aggressively, and then sold it. Fair enough. If only we'd taken that redeploy, we could fit them.
Oop, and there is that steel ball production. Oh, I was thinking about this too. I was wondering if Incendiary Bomb was going to get clicked from Alpha Titan. That does help clean up a lot of what is going on the ground with these really
right.
obnoxious
We're going to put
fangs.
fire into the... And that was exactly what Doxson said in that interview between after his loss to Alpha Titan, was that if he could have gotten fire on the ground, that is his preferred answer, especially at the higher MMRs. It's kind of a universal answer to these late arriving fangs. And Titan does have oil. He's got the oil up.
Beautiful
He's got
oil.
the fire. There's not going to be any time to counter that, 'cause it is going to get lit. And if he can win the right side as hard as he won last time, that will be a GG for Titan. Now, of course, Arctorius has added a whole bunch of acid, ranged, siege, scorpions. Come on, baby. Get it done from 255 meters out, trying to dunk from downtown. But, yeah, there's just not punching through the... not punching through the front line.
Yeah, on the right-hand side, it's a disaster. The tower is under threat. It goes down, and it looks to be overwhelming.
And it's going to be the avalanche of Phoenix and Steel Balls. Closes on the last Scorpion and finishes it. Well, Arctorius won the first best of 3. Titan is up 1-0 in the second. Stay tuned. We will be bringing you the next match after ad break. Whew. Man, my heart is racing. I'm not even in this game. Jeepers.
Oh man, so many diverse plays from Alpha here. We've seen the Abyss now. We've seen also this really cool production war factory stuff. I haven't seen that in a minute.
What? People have forgotten how to beat it. There are 2 ways, and it's not even... It's one of the reasons that I had launcher overload on my Phoenix for so long, was that is such a good answer. Launcher overload EMP Phoenix is such a good answer to Steel Ball Prod off the War Factory. It was the reason I ran it over Charged Shot. Like, if somebody brings out War Factory, I win. Like, if they're trying to go into a production, I win. It's fine. I know how to beat this. And for me, the winning angle would have been range enhance and acid, and then full carry Phoenix behind that for so long. But so many people aren't running even the solutions there anymore. All right. So we could potentially have 3 more of those guys if things go the right direction here. I don't know if I can handle that. Whoop says, you're not even... Jeepers. Oh, and by the way, Whooped, we're at 9 out of 10. No, 8 out of 10 so far. You got 2 left. Just for those of you keeping track now. Playing bingo.
Yeah, at least 2 more games, right? Artorias has to win out here to shut down Alpha Titan, but Alpha Titan's showing signs of life. And we were talking about this earlier. When you have a set, when you have a best of 3, and you go up a game, you can kind of play a little more aggressively, a little more greedily in the second game. And sometimes, right, greed translates really well into tempo. And tempo can shut a player out, especially in a player like Artorias or Alpha Titan, incredibly quickly.
For those of you that enjoy your Gamba, we've got the channel point predictions up. Yes, I did. Whooped. I was waiting for it. I've been trying to, like, I had some phrases in mind for each of them. Facepalm worthy. Whooped. I love it. Ay, ay, ay.
The level 2 worm kind of does look like a blue Tic Tac now that I'm saying that. It kind of makes sense. I like peppermint there.
Yes, free for all. It is. Alpha versus Arctorius has been the perfect ending matchup for this tournament. And Clint, didn't I call it?
He did. He did. I'm wondering if we get the upset
Before
from Alpha.
Any matches were played tonight. I'm not that because we're not allowing spectators, or I'm not getting bets on these, so I'm not going to be betting anymore, just because we're not getting like the 23 betters that we'd had in the first games. But welcome to game 2 of our finals. Alpha Titan is up 1-0. Arctorius has the advantage, so he cannot be eliminated on this match. If Alpha Titan wins it, we go to a single elimination final. If Arctorius wins it, then he is in a needs to win once. Alpha Titan would be in a needs to win twice sort of area. Arctorius on the near side, your aerial specialist start, had a Hound Steel Ball. Very, very good starting pack, and what you'll see a lot of players doing right now is this Steel Balls from Standard, basically horizontal right about here where he's got them. He's put 1 horizontal and 1 vertical. And then the Hounds exactly like this, 3 across the middle. Alpha Titan and I have looked at it a little bit. I think 4 wide Hound line is better. 6 wide Hound line is better than a 5 wide Hound line. Or some people are running 7 with Hounds, 2 Hounds outside and 3 in the middle. You can bet rocks in this stream. Channel point predictions are open, Park. Just refresh your browser. You got it. It's open.
If you don't mind
Currently
me
standing
asking,
at 55 to 50. Yeah.
I'm really curious. Why is in your testing the wider offsets here, or the wider biases for the Hounds better than the closer biases? Does it just cover more chaff angles, or
It's covering more angles, yeah.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Makes
And
a lot of sense.
you're kind of ensuring that especially because of the way the Hounds will split, like you just saw a group of Hounds split there, you'll get better. You're less likely to get your chaff clear all locked on one big unit.
Right, that's super fair.
If they're tightly packed, they get locked on a Sabertooth or whatever, and some crawlers can get in. But if they're wide, it's just nothing somebody can do to tie up all your chaff clear. And that used to be the problem with like arc lights, right? They have so much range, you could run 1 rhino and every arc light is shooting the same rhino, and all of a sudden, okay, well, now you're all shooting this rhino. It's got armor or whatever. It's going to take you forever. So, our
Yeah.
round 2 drops. We've got a item, the damage item for Alpha Titan. He hasn't placed it on the board yet. And it looks like Arctorius with the skip. Arctorius also took the improved firepower. He puts that on a Wasp on the left side. We've talked about that. This is a great way to leverage the power of the early Wasp. Opponent has to counter the itemized Wasp. That you really have to. You can't just sit back and take it on the chin.
Yeah, I mean, these Wasps will do a ton of damage. Already, as second on the team for this round, actually being first on the team for that round, pretty impressive stuff for just a pack of Wasps. I mean, that was into 2 fangs, right? And it handled it no problem.
Yeah, level 1 Wasp, no tech. He's in 0 because he's aerial spec, right?
Oh yeah.
So if he ever needs to sell it, it doesn't hurt at all. Now he's got Worm, so he's into the potential Worm Wasp, and Titan is thinking about how he wants to handle that now that he's seen it.
Oh wow, yeah, Worm Wasp this early is such a powerful flex, right? Arctorius is essentially only invested 100 into Worm Wasp,
right?
And this, I gotta be honest, answering this is such a tightrope for me. I've actually recently switched up my Vortex because I got so tired of getting stuffed by this. I now run range, launcher overload, and AA, and that seems to be like a good one size fits all into something like this. I'm not sure what you think, but yeah.
Absolutely. Launcher overload on Fort is a great stuff for Sandworm. And then range plus launcher overload, you're in good shape. And then, yeah, again, like you said, he can just sell out of this. There's no investment yet. And Karsus says the extension is having trouble in... the wagering extension is having issues in Chrome. You need to reload and it'll have a limited window before it messes up again. You could also just click on the channel points icon, the rocks icon below chat to bring it up. There you go. And it's working for the man using DuckDuckGo browser? What? Who uses...
Sir, wake up, it's 2025.
I'm sorry. Clint, you're going to have to take over casting for a minute while my brain resets. rebooting.
Yeah.
Oh, it works on Opera, too.
Oh, okay. Wow. 2 irrelevant browsers back to back. Awesome.
Can anybody verify if this works on OS 2? I need to know if it's working on OS 2 here, or OS X.
Yeah, can you load up a copy of Windows Me and see if Netscape works for this, please? So
it's working on Netscape. I am having flashbacks to all the terrible years that JavaScript was non-standard between different browsers and debugging so that your JavaScript worked on every browser was like a never-ending flow of bug reports.
Yep, I have definitely...
It's working on Edge. Does it work on AOL? It works on IE. No, you can't even say that, Ghosters. You had to specify which IE. So you're watching on a TI-83.
That's so funny. What
Is there a game happening? I think there's a game happening. I think there might be a game happening in it. The aerial specialist now has range on his hounds. We've again talked about getting that early range out. Here's the 7 deploy. Take a look at that formation. This is worth saving to take a look at, right? We've got hounds at different levels. We've got the 7 wide. We're going to wind up in range and mech rage for them, and that is our chaff clear over and done with. And for Alpha Titan, looks like we're into Vulcan Marksman. Fort. and our fort has the improved firepower control system.
That'll
The
go
fort,
worm.
obviously, the the answer to our worm. That should do, but it does not because those wasps get the job done. And the worm, by the way, that worm is running nano repair, so it really doesn't care.
Yeah.
It's just gonna heal through it.
Maybe another nice tower.
It's almost all the way back to full.
No, yeah. I mean, this is just a free underground maintenance on this unit, right? And that, I think that tech's probably a little underexplored in current things,
Ooh,
but you
I
can
agree.
just see how strong a constantly regenerating worm is.
And it'll be level 2 now.
Terrifying.
Alpha Titan taking a level 4 Phoenix. So what we've been missing is a good worm answer because he's running range elite instead of range launcher overload, which was your worm solution. Range elite lets you beat melters and other forts. This is a great fort bar for a fort v fort or a fort v melter. It's a terrible fort bar for a fort v worm, unless you can really get it to the point where the elite marksman damage is mattering because you outlevel the worms by a lot. Here we are a level behind and it regenerates. Not great, not great. We've added the Phoenix behind. The Phoenix will conceivably have charge shot. It'll also do 13,000 damage per Phoenix per shot. So, yeah, 26,700, I guess. But Arcturus has sold out of the... Well, that's interesting. Sells out of the worm to go ranged nano fort on the other side of the board. I felt like he was in a winning position with that worm going. And now we don't have anything protecting the wasp.
Well, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he actually leveled up the worm and then sold it. So I'm not sure if that was like...
Yeah, he was...
him wavering a little bit on the idea. But...
yeah, I think he was thinking about committing to it and then decided that he was worried about charged shot Phoenix. Just, I'm going to have a level 4 charged shot Phoenix sitting above that worm. And to Titan's credit, he didn't click the charged shot until he gave... he was going to give Arcturus a chance to sell out of the worm, and then Alphets could sell out of the Phoenix. But instead... oh, and note that Arcturus also did take the level 4 Phoenix, which is above the nano repair fort. So he's going to win the right side. The level 4 Phoenix win both of the left and the right for Titan. So 3,500 for Titan, 2,870 for Arcturus. The teammates go to round 6.
Okay, super heavy. Very nice. Probably a good pickup here. Barrier, also a nice pickup.
Barrier for your Vulcan, I would imagine. Shocking. Alpha Titan's like, barrier for your Titan, Amarok. Yep, I told you. Or barrier for your Vulcan. I told you this. That was one of his coaching comments. I have not taken barrier enough.
I'm kind of shocked we didn't see him pick up super heavy. I feel like if he wanted to play this like suited up sports game, right, we can sell out of the wasp in the back. We have the money to do this cool double fort play here, and then we have super heavy and improved firepower control system with range. And it looks like maybe the read was there was going to be like a fort mirror here. I'm not sure, but we now have Fort Hound into basically Vulcan marksman with some support and like a melter here.
You're going to call that Vulcan marksman? I'm calling this giant specialist with every giant. I have all 3 of them. It's great.
That's fair. The Vulcan in Melter has been
wait.
So maybe it's Vulcan Melter.
Okay, technically, I think this is Vulcan Badger, Fort Melter, Marksman Phoenix.
Phoenix, yeah. That's fair.
That's a comp, right?
Maybe.
Alpha Titan is pulling out all the stops, okay? These forts are going to get a nice level off of that Fire Badger up the middle. Expect that to get sold next round. It has had a bad time. That was a pretty late light for that oil there. I don't imagine that's what Arctorius had in mind.
And do
That
the
melter never
forts
got a
kill the
lock on
melter?
the... Yeah, it never got a lock, and those forts have range. So, Titan down to 2270. Arctorius is at 2869. As a fort player with the fort bar difference, right? Double shot versus elite. I think I'd have committed into fort instead of ranging a melter if I am Titan. So I think that might, if he loses this game, I'm going to say that was a mistake. This was the place to have done it. And he's actually going to sell out of the forts and just go 2 more melters. I'm going to straight up melter V fort because I can outrange them, right? Arctorius can't increase his range beyond 140 meters because he doesn't run elite marksman the way that Alpha Titan does. And we'll always have the 15-meter range advantage as long as we always click enhanced range off the tower, which of course he does immediately. And this is interesting. He's put the improved firepower control from the fort onto one of the melters. Again, we talked about he doesn't like to put those on a Vulcan because Scorching Flame's already going to give you plus 100%. So actually using it to burn through shields as quickly as possible. And he gets a bit lucky in that it is straight opposite the heavy armor here. So he's going to have his best melter locked with the fort. I am surprised he didn't sell the Fire Badger because the Fire Badger gave away the levels to these 2 forts by conceding... Well, a Fire Badger is 200, right? So it gives away 400 experience on death to the 2 units that had contributed to it. But a level 4 would give away 7 times 400. So that's 2,800 experience to the 2 forts.
That's
And
so much.
they only needed 1,600 to level. And yeah, they just instantly leveled off of that. That is one of those things you don't necessarily want to leave a high-level item out there where somebody's forts can delete it, especially if that person is running that elite marksman that I did that I talked about. So yeah, just taking that, I think, off the board would have been huge for Titan.
Good latch from Titan over here in the middle. Will take down a fort with it.
Takes down the heavy armor. He's got a lock on that nano repair this time. He's got a lock on the other level too. And he has burned through. This is now Exodia. We joked about how he was in all the different comps, but now he's into Vulcan and Melter. He can sell out of the Badger. He can sell out of the Phoenix and just kind of keep funding the big, or he can sell out of the level 6 Saber if you'd rather.
Yeah, fair. It's a lot of money.
Please notice that this Badger has done nothing. It is not helping you.
And
is it time for an Abyss? Interesting question. That would be very abyssable, wouldn't it? But eventually they spread out. The Fire Badgers get out in front, the Sledges get out in front, and these guys have different ranges, so maybe not. Yeah, this Fire Badger has been the worst chaff ever, it's true. It has helped this guy level up to level 3 after doing 92,000 damage last round. Well, spoiler, this round is going to end the game.
Ooh. I was going to say we usually call this Exodia because once it's assembled, that being Vulcan Melter, it's pretty hard to deal with. It kind of just shuts anybody out. It's, the forbidden one. It's the ultimate combo.
So we have talked about on this channel for sure building chaff clear, single target ground, single target anti-air. And there is your single target chaff, or your chaff clear. There is your single target ground. There's your single target air. And with energy absorption, the melting points are going to do great. With Scorch, now the Vulcans are going to do great. Only question that it could possibly stop it would be Wasps. And then Titan has slowly built out those late fangs that we saw turn out to be so important, and has those to answer the Wasps right now. Even though the Wasps are level 4, they have an item. They really aren't... Yeah, they're slowing down the melting point locks for a bit right now, but eventually they go down, and they haven't even brought down the shield here.
Some latches starting to come through. It's looking really good for Alpha. Has
It-
he reset the bracket?
He has! Arctorius beats Alpha Titan 2-1 in the start of the night. Alpha Titan beats Arctorius 2-0 now. We are going to have one game for all the marbles. Don't go away. We're going to take a 3-minute break, let the players stretch, etc., and queue up for that one. What a game, Titan. Well done, sir.
Whew.
He made the right call. I was saying I disagreed with what he was doing, and you can see why he has a higher MMR than I do. Rick says, bah! I threw my rocks away on Fort to Chaff.
Wow, that was a crazy game.
Wow.
He got
That was
Exodia so
amazing.
fast, I feel like. There's so many high level
His giant
units.
specialist.
Wow.
Those badges were key, Park. You're right. You're right. Oh my goodness. Wow, man, my voice is going hoarse. This has been amazing, Clint.
These games
love
have been
it, sir.
crazy. I didn't expect a Alpha Titan sweep there.
I didn't either. All right, best of one. Who's going to take it all, sir?
What?
I broke Clint.
I feel like Artorias may have made a decision under stress, and perhaps maybe if it's not too much criticism, kind of threw the game away. I feel like he had some good tempo there with the worm and the wasp play, and he pivoted into I think he might have miscalculated. I think he thought he might have been able to do 2 forts and range, and he was 50 short. I'm trying to walk through that turn in my head and make it make sense, but that's my read on it. I don't know if it's the correct one, but I'm hoping Artorias can
Right.
shake that one off and try to close it out for that 120.
You're not wrong there, Clint. That would have been a very different turn for him. Have the plus to the 2 forts plus range on that round would have been huge, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
And then for that to have been a miscalculation, and then that explains the lag at the end of the turn. He's debating whether to take the loan to get the second fort out. And of course, he makes that decision after under pressure because he's leveled the worm on that turn, right? So it's like we're 40 seconds left and counting when he made that decision to pivot.
Alpha Titan very reasonably requesting a minute after that last game because goodness, I need one.
Yeah, I needed one too. That was why I said we were going to run a 3-minute ad break. And welcome back to all of you who saw ads. We should be commercial free until the end. We'll have a post-game interview coming up with Alpha Titan, whether he wins or loses. I don't know if we have the ability to interview Arctorius or if he's going to interview on Apooche's channel. But Clint, you have put together, just want you to know this, you have put together 4 hours of entertainment tonight. That has been seat of the pants. Shot by Gun, welcome in, first time chatter. Bang Bracket, I'm sorry, is linking to mag1.info. I don't have a quick bracket up for you. Arctorius and Alpha Titan met each other in... They went unbeaten on day 1. They went unbeaten on day 2. They got us to... Oh, Clint, I can make you a... can I...
Oh. That's fair.
Yeah, I've got to...
That's right. I forgot.
Sorry, I just need... No, I just need to just make you a VIP here.
Oh, of course.
Anyways, the Arctorius and Alpha Titan went unbeaten on day 1. They went unbeaten on day 2. They met each other in the winners final, a best of 3, which Arctorius won 2-1. And then on the losers brackets tonight, we had a... in the losers bracket, we had... Where is this? I can never find it. The losers bracket, Doxon beat Roxas 2-0. Alpha Titan beat Doxon 2-1. And that brought us to our final, which Alpha Titan won 2-0. Since he had won up from the losers bracket and Arctorius had won in the winners bracket, we are going to be doing a best of 1 sudden death final right now. 90 seconds out. There's no numbers or anything on your name, just Clint Leetwood?
Yeah, just Clint Leetwood.
Perfect. You should now have permissions to post a link if you want. And that'll get you the bracket. Apologies for that, guys.
Clint Beambrook.
There you go. Now we have a bracket posted. We got it from Clint Leetwood. Or from Whooped even.
Thank you, Whooped.
Yep.
Ooh,
Sorry
Gamba.
about that.
Gamba time.
Oh yeah, we should put up a Gamba. That is a good point. Fine. Final. Oh, come on. Of course, now I'm having keyboard issues. Because I'm in the wrong window. All right, folks. You got this. We're going to hide chat, gentlemen. Good luck. Have fun. Gamba is up. Welcome to the final, the best of 1, winner take all final of the Mecha Mini Masters. Arctorius, who had won the winners bracket, lost the best of 3 final to Alpha Titan, but he has the parachute of having won through in the winners bracket. That earns him a... You can't beat me in the final. You have to beat me one more time, sir.
And let me tell you,
He is near side giant.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
if you allow me, this series has been a spicy jalapeno, absolutely blistering plays from both players. Amp specialist coming out from Alpha Titan in our red player, suiting up 2 of these sledgehammers with the small amp cores, and then we have giant spec and hound sledge from Arctorius, and adding on 2 crawlers behind the tower to round out his chaff base.
So he's got the hounds for the chaff clear. He's got we've got sledge v sledge almost in mirror positioned with each other. Alpha Titan in arc lights instead of hounds, and amplify specialist, which again, I ran the numbers on my own games. Amplify specialist was one of my notes to self. Stay out of training spec and amplify spec. Those were my 2 worst. So grab your popcorn. This should be great. Of course, with me, I am Amarok81 on Twitch. With me in the booth is Clint Leetwood, my co-caster and tournament organizer. Thank you, man, for bringing us this 4 hours of final over and then 3 weeks of excitement. You've done amazing work to put this together. Alpha Titan has done amazing work to beat Arctorius 2 games in a row, and now wins round 1, yes. 4240 to 4600.
Start strong in round 1. I gotta be honest, if I'm Arctorius, I'm shaking a little bit, right? Like, oh no, it's happening. The snowball's rolling down the hill.
Exactly, after losing those two in just such, commanding fashion. Now, of course, these two know each other so well. They are 2v2 partners, won Europe in week 103, came runner-up in the Americas in week 104. They've scrimmaged together a bunch before that 103 2v2s, only until they figured out that they were going to be facing each other in this match. I don't think they've been friendly scrimmaging, but they know each other really, really well. At the marksman, level 3 from the drop for both, almost positioned immediately opposite each other. You can see they are both building out very similar boards. It's 3 arc lights for chaff clear for Alpha Titan, 3 hounds for chaff clear for Arctorius. They've almost mirrored positions exactly. Titan has 1 extra fang versus 1 extra marksman for Arctorius. So as tight as you can go on these first couple of rounds. Level 3 marksman one-shot the sledges, so that's going to go really well for both of them on the left-hand side. On the right, that marksman gets tied up on the late fangs. So does the marksman on the left for Arctorius, and that's going to be another convincing round win for Titan. He's in the driver's seat, Clint. What do you do if you're Arctorius here? 34-44 to 4600. How do you turn it around?
Scorpions, man. Slam them down and, I don't know, pray. He's going to go into Vulcan, though, which is a pretty good answer into these sort of chaff-heavy, sledgehammer, more centric boards. There is a smoke bomb here, and this could spell disaster, honestly.
So our giant specialist has taken 2 Vulcans. One of them gets the laser sight. There is another deploy somewhere on this board. Oh, we've sold out of the sledge. And where is that extra deploy? Oh, it's just the 2 Vulcans. Never mind. But yeah, the smoke is going to be pretty good. If it were just a hint over, it would be covering that Vulcan. If it were a hint over here, it would be covering this one. Looks like the pole is going to put this guy right into the smoke. So he's going to have to walk out of it or wait until things close with him. He should have fired by now. Now he finally sees things through the smoke and gets a lock. And a mid-pull. Yeah, a mid-pull from Titan next round would be huge. Add something here right up the middle and just have both of those Vulcans kind of get pulled to it right into the smoke. Titan added a pair of arc lights and gave the arc lights range. We talked about that round 3 range on your chaff clear being so important. So even though Arctorius brings out 2 giants, the combination of the smoke, ruh-roh, sir.
Oh,
the
no.
The smoke is, oh dear. Oh, no, sir.
Oh.
Sir, this is painful. Okay.
That was almost
disaster. But that one marksman gets the job done. It finishes the tower, finishes off the giant. So despite Arctorius throwing out 2 giants, giant specialist bringing out a pair of Vulcans on round 3, Alpha Titan still wins the round with good chaff clear, good single target, has levels just about everywhere that he could want them. Arctorius takes anti-interference module. Best item in the game. Does Titan have Arclight armor? He does not. He does have Arclight levels. There is an anti-interference module on this Vulcan. So even if the tower goes down, this Vulcan will not be debuffed. So it is immune to EMP, it's immune to hackers, and immune to paralysis from tower. So you can get a lot of value out of the anti-interference module for a lot of different things. Artorias adds a Vulcan and range. He's got 1 deploy left. For Titan, it is... We saw this before, right?
I was going to say, this looks like an Abyss angle to me, doesn't it? Right? Isn't that what you're thinking?
It's the same thing, right? He went to the field maintenance sledge. He's got 1 more small amp core. Forces more techs into the Vulcans. And Cat says, not this time. This time, Cat has been playing Alpha's boards beautifully in Cat's head. He says, just Worm is going to be better than the Abyss and Abyss Wraith angle that we saw previously. But I mean, if you're Titan, can you resist? Can you really resist closing out with Abyss?
Oh,
Cat says, I have played a lot of 1v1 versus Titan.
Wow, what? Oh my goodness, this is... I don't know how Artorias handles this.
He's down to 2,100 hit points after 4 rounds, having 3 giants out with items on 2 of them. Now Titan gets, well, level 2 melter. Just windmills it so hard, you don't even get to see the image. Puts an item that puts the small amp core on it, ranges them. They are instantly opposite the Vulcans.
This is looking so good for Alpha Titan. So good. Dare I say it? Download complete. Has he figured him out?
I think he's got it. Scorpions for Artorias with range. He's got 140 meters. But I don't think Scorpion is... I mean, it answers the sledges. We're, again, another unit behind.
Oh, yeah. Not what you want to play into Melter, usually, Scorpions.
And we get the missile to missile out the chaff he knew about. So that's not even going to be there. The arc lights handle all those crawlers. I mean, this is just smooth, right?
It looks pretty clean. And these fortified
Dare I say it?
Are actually so tanky. They take forever to kill.
They do. 180% hit points, so 3x the hit points. A level 1 over here has 11,000 hit points. And Artorias is down to 1,100.
Almost a perfect game so far from Alpha Titan. There is potentially 1 more round. Is Alpha Titan going to settle this on a round 6 shutout?
Okay. Artorias is slinky. I don't think he can slink his way out of this one. I'm just going to say it. I don't think
anybody can slink their way out of this one. It's just looking dire.
This is a 10 out of 10 performance from Alpha Titan right now. And oh, by the way, we've gotten improved firepower control on this other melting point. We're just going to burn through things as quick as we can. 1 more melter. It comes out opposite this guy. We've got... Oh, Titan, that's just... Oh, sir. Sir, that's just...
Disgusting.
Oil, not shielded. The fire lights... Well, it's close. Actually, this might not do it. Because this guy's going to insta-lock it. It'll burn these guys. It might get to those before they have dropped. Before they run into the oil. So it might not light the oil.
It should go off next round.
It's going to be real close.
Right?
It will go off for sure next round, yeah.
Yeah.
It won't light this turn.
If there is a next round. It's just... We've talked about this.
If there is, right?
Alpha Titan just sees the game in a different way, and these little oil angles are the, I think, marker of a fantastic player. Just, I lose to this oil every time. I'm not shielding that. Are you kidding me?
Right. Right. Because you have to shield both behind and in front of that Vulcan.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons that Titan says the 3rd Vulcan belongs in the middle, by the way. Like, the third Vulcan should be in the middle so it doesn't get cheesed like that. But again, he's cleared pretty much all the chaff. He's got locks on 1, 2, 3 Vulcans. They are all down. 3 surviving melting points. Not quite enough. Arcturus has 142 hit points. He has no wiggle room left.
Oh no, and a Vulcan descent to come down too, potentially wreaking havoc in the back lines for Arcturus. This is truly a scenario where you might just have too many problems to properly address really anything. Yeah, in this back right corner, it's going to tear everything up over there.
Yeah, that's brutal. Oh, and the smoke, by the way.
No. Oh, it's a disaster.
There is a flank right now, Terrapid. Right here. It's not a deep flank, right? And, but it is a flank, technically. 2 more Vulcans for Arcturus. He's just gotta put the hammer down. Takes 2 Vulcans, takes best partner, goes for his lone, takes his enhanced range, takes double shot on the marksman. It's a hope. It's a prayer. His Vulcan should win the Vulcan v Vulcan over there. This does not. No, that's not it. Oil goes up. That will be all of Arcturus's chaff on that side. That's going to let him get quick locks. 1 Vulcan down, 2 Vulcans down. We've got a lock on number 3 now. Where I mean, look at these fortified arcs. They just tank those Vulcans forever. And oh, by the way,
Crazy.
Titan hasn't lost a giant this game. Over and out. Alpha Titan in 3 straight beats Arcturus 4-2 over the night. Beats him 2 games to nothing in the final. Beats him 1 game to nothing in sudden death. Alpha Titan, you are the Mecha Masters champion. Please come join us in the booth. We'd love to interview you right now. Wow. That is just
game.
Amazing, sir.
What a run.
Well played. It was a tremendous run from, remember, like in a bit of trouble against Doxson. And all of a sudden, the man locked in, crushed it. And Doxson says he's the alpha dog. Yes, getting some MMR for the 9-game gauntlet would have been nice. For sure. Ow. Titan, you know how I get with games, right? And where I will pour myself a coffee and then forget to drink the coffee. I poured myself a coffee at the start of Titan v Arcturus game number 1. And it's still there. It's room temperature. I haven't touched it. Come on, please join us in the broadcast booth for a post-match interview, sir. We're going to pay out.
Hello.
Hello. Congratulations, my friend. Well and truly deserved. That was a tour de force tonight. How are you feeling?
I'm like through the moon. I'm still kind of shaking a little bit because I had no... when you sign up and you're like, oh, so I have to beat ARP, and if I can't, then I have to beat Doxson, and I have to go back and beat ARP again, and then I have to do another sudden death, and I was like, I have to win 3 out of 4, and I couldn't win 2 out of 3.
Indeed.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, I just have one question for you.
Okay.
Are you accepting this prize money and giving up your amateur status?
I guess I have to.
You are now, congratulations, you are now a professional gamer.
Oh my gosh! Wow. This was amazing.
So talk us through a couple of those boards. Kat called it when you went into the Wraith and Abyss versus Dachshund. Can you talk us through what was in your mind going into that, and like what about his board and yours pushed you into that, and what about this board made you go the other direction?
So, in particular, Rajan and I played that board back and forth a little bit in practice, and Kat made me aware of it. So, kudos to both of you as honorary appreciative
Coaches. Coaching is huge.
Yes. Coaches and just sparring and general practice and thought. But the reason I did it was Abyss punishes Mustang AA because the missiles overwhelm them and kill them. You also need to have a sledge line, but the sledge line is not your chaff clear, it's your tank. So that's why I have been running healing sledges in several of my matches, actually, is because it is surprisingly hard to kill, especially with a little bit of levels or any early tempo item like armor. I mean, there were some
Or
like that game.
small amp core even.
Right. And so what ended up happening is something with healing at level 2 really punishes low level Vulcans. Until they get scorched, it takes like triple the amount of time to kill. And so because of that, you can anchor the Vulcan. And then the Wraith was really the thing that signaled for me to go to the Abyss because it needs that chaff clear drop, and I got that for free. And then being able to range them, I also think that fundamentally when you play that build, you want to pick a strong side, especially when you're playing it into a standard standard where there's a slow side, because everything over there is just kind of going to dirtle. And you just put as many bits as you can in one space. And I actually spaced my boards with room for 7 as part of my new formation that I pay attention to. And the fact that I could fit 4 Abyss in one corner was essential to that map working out the way it did.
And that is something you came back and did again later with the War Factory, right? With that,
yes.
Making use of those 7x7 gaps.
So if I ever have a sledge start, I always leave giant pockets. And in that game with the War Factory, I actually specifically took the improved melter to lock out melter drops, more so than with intent to play them, because I could pay essentially the 50 skip cost to lock that out. And then once birds were online, I run birds on my War Factory summoning build. I had the ER, and my War Factories, it's very controversial that I actually run splash over armor. And I think that helps specifically the Zoo Factory be its own chaff clear for the birds to then be DPS.
Right.
And to push through. And I think armor is probably necessary. I need to find somewhere to squeeze it onto the bar, but
right.
Yeah.
So Clint, you do you want to ask a question about that? Because you had a great observation during that match. Do you want to ask the follow-up there?
Yeah. So when you were playing against Dachshund and he was leaning into the War Factory idea, and you had a bunch of shielded fangs, I actually looked for high explosive on Dachshund's board. Do you think that would have been a meaningful like pivot for Dachshund there? Do you think that would have swung the around in his favor? Or do you think
for what unit?
The War Factory. Apologies.
On the War Factory?
Yeah.
It certainly could. I don't know if it would have been quote unquote enough. I definitely think fire on the board was what he needed, because at that point I had Vulcans, and that was going to shut down any Mustang pivot.
Right.
And so I was going to I was committed to shielding my front line gratuitously for every round thereafter. I just didn't have the money that round, but I was hoping that I could close it out, and we just got there. But I think if that goes one more round, fire on the ground potentially changes that outcome.
Yeah,
and potentially Splash does.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dachshund was saying after the after the match, in his post-game interview, he said if he'd had fire, it could have made a difference, but he was looking to go for fire next round, but you just didn't give him time. And that is one of the things you pointed out in our coaching, which is by not losing those early rounds, by winning those early rounds, you really do put a tempo pressure on players from standard. You're not supposed to be standarding people out in 6 rounds or 7, but you really do. And it's an art form, and it's really transformed my game to have had that thought process from you. Can you walk us through how you think about, you've talked about it a little bit, you and I know, but like for the audience, can you talk about how you think about a board in rounds 2, 3, 4, and maybe even 5 as you're building towards your long term?
Well, honestly, it starts on round 1. I'm examining what my units favor versus his units or their units as the opponent, and I'm always looking for a win condition line. It's kind of like, it's an auto battler, but it's kind of like playing chess. You have to play with checkmate in mind, and sometimes you make sacrifices in the mid game for it. Sometimes you sacrifice tempo to get deploys, but as long as you're always looking for that line, the game really will give you a line to pursue because of the diversity of the cards and the units. There are very few games where it just feels like it's a one-sided shutout. I mean, ARP absolutely slammed the door on me in that third match in our best of 3 on the first round of it, and he got great tempo. He just rolled me. But when it comes to building the board, you need to make sure that you have a chaff clear. You need to make sure that you have something that can genuinely single target damage. And you kind of also need to make sure that you can have units survive to win, because that's actually a new component to the thought process that I have been incorporating. Is I don't just want to win the round. I want to kind of save as many units as possible to make the round mean something at the end of round 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right. And so that's kind of informed, for example, in this game, if we look at the way this board went, round 1, you're in Sledge, Arclight, and a couple of chaff. Round 2, you wind up taking the level 3 marksman drop. So that's given you your chaff clear, your tank, your chaff, your single target. And I noticed that you basically added on that round, you added the fangs, where
Yes.
he added the marksman, and that gives you, we've talked about the 4th component being anti-wasp, so this gives you the protection against wasps, and additionally gave you what you were just talking about, that kind of this, I'm going to get these units out in front of the Arclight and in front of the marksman and tank for them so that they can survive the round. And then on round 3, you range the Arclight, which goes right back to the same idea. Now I've got the marksman at 140, the Arclight's at 135, and everything's behind my chaff and my tank.
It sounds very simple, but one of the things that I've really, really been focusing on is deploying the unit counter across from the unit that it counters.
Mhm.
And when it comes to hounds, I strive to match them deploy for deploy, because the Arclights will hit them first and will win that trade. And one of the big things in the most recent game that I just did was that 4 out of my 5 Arclights had a level weighting. So when I took heavy arc, those were now 30,000 HP units each.
Mhm.
And they can almost solo a level 1 Vulcan at that point, and they are going to bully hounds out of just completely out of contention. And then I saw the Vulcans come down in mass, and then I knew I needed real single target. The marksman was always doing work, so he never was self fodder, but he wasn't going to get the job done in mass. And then once I realized my board was too tanky to kill, then I started adding giants that would sit behind that and then try to rack up the hit point damage. And I think if I can get that fire to light, I even win it on round 6. But with the oil on the ground, I don't think there's a line that salvages that without like some perfect workshopping. But it was really scary. I will say, I almost, rewinding to the game where I played Vulcan Melter,
Mm-hmm.
I almost didn't play the Vulcan on the round that I did because there was a worm. But I had built my round 1 and 2 knowing I needed chaff clear, knowing I needed something that could eat hounds. So I picked a side, praying that it was not going to be on the worm side. I think Arctorius tends to favor his left for
Right, yeah.
right. So I was like, you know what? In the scrims, it always seems to come from that side first.
Interesting.
Know
So
your guys' tendencies. Oh,
I
love
picked the
it.
side without the worm, or where I hoped there was no worm for the Vulcan, and it was able to start clearing. And I honestly think him selling that worm was a mistake, because I think
We agree.
a level 2 worm with nano bullies marksman and Vulcan in a way that no other unit does.
Yeah.
And it gave me a target that a melter could lock onto that wasn't going to dick underground and then heal up all its HP.
Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree.
And then
We
I
all
almost
kind of pointed that one out. It definitely felt a little off. Sorry, you were saying?
And ARP is amazing at playing Wasp Worm. So when the worm drop came, I was like, dang it, I'm the giant. I'm unlocking these things. I'm trying to deny them. I just couldn't get the tempo for it. And then the fort dies to it, so it gives the level. And I'm just like, I've got to solve the other side of the board, and then the worm's gone. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and Clint and I were talking about, the difference between you're running the fort bar, which can beat other fort bars and melter, but not the right fort bar for beating worm, right? Because you don't have rapid reload, so you're not you that is the thing that you have sacrificed. We don't have rapid reload, we don't have rocket punch. There's just no good answer to a worm clump, and we kind of missed that. And then he sold out of it, despite the fact that the fort was, badly positioned to just kind of feel. Yeah, the fort was struggling. The Vulcan was locking on it. Those wasps were doing great damage, and I think it all went downhill from there. And then the other key thing is, I said that I was looking with Arctorius throwing out forts, and I was like, oh, your fort bar beats his fort bar. What made you switch from your fort bar to melter at that point? Because I think that was actually the decisive and winning call, and I didn't see it. So
ultimately the reason for that is because he already had forts, and he has double tap. And at the range we are at, I was afraid of his double tap forts, and I knew that I needed to be out of range and lock on first.
Yep.
Because he already had the tempo on it, and I had forts, but he had levels, and also the melter with a Vulcan to back it up is the best single target and the best area clear. So a fort can kind of be everything, but if I already have an ace in the hole on one of that side of the spectrum, then I will play the other side and leverage the fact that part of it as well is I was giant spec. I could play a no tempo transition. I was able to sell out of the fort and replace that item on a different giant to re-pivot the board. And so it was mostly about being able to play a unit, and suck on the melter bar really does bully forts. And another thing I did was I clicked on his fort, and he had removed punch from the first that's the 3 that we played to add double tap.
Interesting.
So he didn't have punch anymore, which was another reason why I was comfortable going into melter.
Yep.
Because punch bullies them as the health bar drops, whereas double tap is basically I think he did that because he lost the fort mirror against me as the one game he lost. So I think that was a pivot that I noticed and was then able to take advantage of that pivot, because he beat me with forts in the first set with different fort bar.
Yeah. Arctorius comments that he sold the worm because long-term it's kind of hard to pair with the hounds. Hounds can run too far out in front and and can wind up getting melted by the Vulcan before the worm has resurfaced. So that makes some good sense. Any other plays you wanted to talk about over the day, or?
So I will say my first game against Doxon, no game that I played was me, derping around per se, but I will fully own that the triple intensive was just like, it was too juicy a moment to not try to reach for the higher roll. And so I was like, you know what? If I have to lose a round and I go down swinging with triple intensive, then so be it. It's fun. And honestly, the flip side is if I can get an elite wasp rolling, then it's going to be an absolute nightmare. But the Farseer was the perfect specialist to be able to shut that down. And I actually think into Farseer, you should play those wasps center, because most of the time Farseers are corner guards, to play around that as a dodge that I could have considered and will likely consider for the future.
Right.
As a side takeaway. But yeah, that game, I definitely knew that I was playing the high roll, and it teased me because it gave me the stonk module the game before and immediately on the game after, and I was just rolling my eyes like, where were you last game?
Yes.
Clint,
Also,
I'm going to go back and sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, Clint, any further questions you got for Alpha?
Yeah, if you allow me, if you don't mind, I'm gonna throw it back a little bit.
Sure.
Walk me through the fortified arclight pick, because I don't think I've ever clicked that card ever. So what's the signal for
Do you know how much health it gives?
Yeah, no, it's a ton. I almost said a bad word there.
It's 180% more, so it triples their health bar.
Yeah, I guess what I'm...
So level one Arclight winds up with 11,000 hit points off of that.
It's significant,
without tower health. Right? Level 2's on 23,000 without tower health.
So
the short answer is...
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah, the short answer is Vulcans struggle against high HP single targets. I basically turned my Arclights into saber teeth as far as their tankiness was concerned, while they could clear the chaff. Okay. And then you can elite them, and elite heavy arc with EMP straight up solos Vulcans.
Interesting. So are you doing that into a board of Vulcans and Hounds usually, or is there something more that you're looking for here? Is it an auto pick every time, or?
It's definitely not every time. If he had more marksmen on the board earlier with range already, then the -15 range can make Arclights just even tanky as they are, they can get bullied by marksmen. He didn't have the marksman at the time. My Arclights were getting levels. Honestly, the big reason I clicked it was 4 of my 5 Arclights had arrows on the round that the card came up, so I knew that I could leverage that for an insane health spike.
Yeah, from 4,500 to 23,000 hit points on each of those.
Right, that added almost 80,000 hit points for that card. To my board. So that was very much it's good into Vulcans. I have them ranged. They are my chaff clear. If they survive, and I can anchor these, it's just really good.
Yeah. Whoop's description of it is it takes Vulcan marksmen a long time to scale. So by taking Fortified Arclight, Alpha Titan gave himself a window to close the game out before Arctorius reached that point of no return. And the field maintenance sledges plus the fortified arc just kind of kept slowing down that his Arctorius's win condition, right?
And Vulcans need levels. They are, you can bully a level 1 Vulcan, level 2 is scary, and level 3 is when it bullies you. That's kind of my spectrum.
Yeah.
Of like, if I can keep a Vulcan level 1, then I'm not afraid of you as long as I can lock you down. Yep. And the Arclights locked them down and survived and stopped that scaling.
Yep. I haven't seen somebody run a level of 5 teched War Factory since Saab was pushing 2,000 MR. How did you even come up with that board, sir? That was probably my favorite board out of the entire game. What the heck? How?
So the ultimate answer to that is I run a Zoo Battle Hybrid Factory. Enough of the text of Zoo to be happy to run it, and the key to look for in that matchup is when ER Factory comes out, because ER Factory makes a great Zoo Factory. Imp Factory makes a great Battle Factory. And so I had the slots, I had birds with range. I took the card because in Standard, I believe that Zoo Factory is one of the things that can beat a truly established Vulcan marksman board until the marksmen are like, level 5+ with range and elite. And also ARP doesn't run EMP on his marksman, which meant that his arcs kind of scared me, but I knew that my birds could get to the arcs. If he had EMP on the marks, Dachshund also doesn't run it.
Dachshund doesn't, yeah.
And so the lack of EMP on the marksman was reason enough for me to decide definitively he can't reach my war factories until I closed to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I had time, so I just tried to play it patient. I added a war factory and a tech pretty much each round as far as I could. There was a round where I had to like tech a couple of things, and I think I skipped adding another war factory. But yeah, I love the build. I think it's really strong. And when ER war factory drops, and there's no good other option, since it's basically it's almost free because you only pay the 50 skip opportunity. Yep. I take it and I watch the board. And it was a board where there lacked true single target damage, and the birds were doing really well. So I was able to just leverage what I had. And part of it as well is I was somewhat afraid of a anti-air fort play, because the anti-air fort bullied one of my wasp boards against ARP in the first set. But the ability then was, well, if I have ER war factories, then I can start to scale. And I've actually removed elite from my Phoenix bar. So
I saw that.
The charge shot is too valuable in too many situations. I never actually clicked it today, but I have made really good use of it with hound bird or spider bird. So yeah, the big signal to me was simply that his board felt weak to Phoenix.
Right.
And if I could just keep making Phoenix and clear the rest of the board with safe war factories, that's 2,000 damage at the end of the round.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, my friend. I'm going to read something Whooped GG wrote. He said, both players are next level. Alpha and Arctorius both need to be in the discussion with top players. I feel like Doxson is already there, and Rox is grinding to be on his way. So congratulations again, sir. Very, very nice. Clint Leetwood, you started this. Would you like to bring us home? Do you have any last questions for Alpha Titan? Any thank yous you want to give out? Any other announcements you want to make? Bring us home, brother.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you to all the players, all the casters, all the tournament organizers, and Mr. Bitter and Mecha Sam once again, Game River and Dreamhaven for
100%
making an amazing game that, you know, in my early 30s, I still get excited and am jumping out of my seat and, you know, screaming at the screen like I'm watching some StarCraft 2 or StarCraft 1 stuff way back in the day. It's such a blast to be here, and sincerely thank you to all the viewers too. You guys make this game everything that it is. It's nothing without this community. So big shout outs to all of you. And we'll
a
be
big
doing
thank you to you, Clint.
Again. I don't know when, but keep your ears to the ground, and we'll announce something more formal down the way. But once again, thank you guys so much.
All right. Thank you very much for putting this together, sir. I really, really appreciate it.
Yes.
I am going to bring our discussion to a close with a thank you to our many moderators. Alpha Titan, I'm not going to thank you as a moderator today. You got to be a player and a champion. So the mods tonight have been Whooped GG, Cat Say Mew, Tab Target, Codefly, and Zalex. Really appreciate you guys. Ghost of Supreme was here through much of it as well. Really glad to have
I missed
you.
him.
He's even said